For this track, I would focus mostly on top speed and handling. Since Auto Club Speedway is a big oval with high banking and long straightaways, being able to accelerate quickly and maintain high speeds through the turns is essential. Having a car that handles well at high speeds and can cut through the corners smoothly will really give an edge here. Acceleration off the corners also counts a lot because it helps you build speed early and keep the momentum going. Overall, a perfect combo of raw power and precise handling would be my priority for this race. Oh wow! This is a classic David and Goliath situation, isn't it? The Honda versus the Chevrolet. They're both 2018 Indy cars, so technically they should be pretty evenly matched. But car choice always adds a twist. Honda engines are known for their reliability and smooth handling, but Chevrolet has that raw power that can really push it on the straights. If I had to pick, I'd say the Honda might have the slight edge in handling and finesse around Auto Club Speedway, but the Chevrolet could overpower it on the straightaways. Honestly, it could come down to the tiniest details like tire wear, or how the AI manages the corners in the last laps. So, I'm leaning toward Hingle McCringleberry, just because Hondas tend to be the sneaky champions in these AI races. But don't count the Lightning Thief out just yet. The Chevrolet could surprise us all. Alright folks, we are kicking off the race at Auto Club Speedway, and leading the pack is Lian Yashin in a 2018 Honda Indy car. She's got the pole position, so let's see if she can hold on to it or if someone else wants to take the lead early on. Lian Yashin is taking the lead right out of the gate. Amy is holding strong in second place. Lina 17 is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Shoebox TV is charging through the field now, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Amy is inching closer to the top, moving up 1 position to take the lead. Lian Yashin and Amy are nose to tail, fighting for first place. Lian Yashin and Amy are nose to tail at the front. Apex Milkbag just climbed 1 spot to 3rd. Yamobius and Van Haseventeen are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Lian Yashin and Amy are nose to tail at the front. Vina 17 and Apex Milkbag are fighting hard for 3rd place. Yamobius and Vinhas 17 are also close, swapping positions frequently. Trifonanity 3 is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 11th place. Papa KC is gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14th. Lian Yashin is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to take the lead. Lian and Amy are still neck and neck for the lead. Shoebox TV is climbing fast, now in 5th place. Lian Yeshin and Amy are nose to tail at the front. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just gained a spot, now in 6th. Shoebox TV and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are fighting hard for 5th place. Axton Hits is on a roll, climbing 4 places in no time. Lian Yeshin and Amy are still neck and neck at the front. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just gained 1 spot, inching closer to the top 4 toy. Lian Yashin is holding onto the lead with Amy right behind her. Mobius is just ahead of Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios in a close fight for 4th. The 99 and Track 93 are battling hard for 6th place, no one giving an inch. Lian Yashin is climbing to 1st place. Amy and Lian are nose to nose for the lead. Mobius is inching up to 4th. Amy just snuck into the lead from Lian Yashin by a hair. Lian Yashin and Amy are nose to tail for the top spot. Triffa 93 is climbing up to 5th place, inching closer to the front. Lian Yashin has just overtaken someone to take the lead. Amy and Lian are still nose to nose for 1st place. Meg's Boring Life is climbing up to 7th, inching closer to the top 10. Wow, Amy just took the checkered flag. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congrats on the win. Wow, Lian Yashin really pulled off an amazing victory. Big congratulations to them. That was some impressive driving. Can't wait to see how they do in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that the Canon racing cars in the 1960s and 70s were famous for having no restrictions on design or engine size? That meant teams could basically do whatever they wanted, leading to some of the most wild and powerful race cars ever built. It was like the Wild West of racing, where innovation and speed knew no limits. Pretty fun, right? Alright folks, last call to pick your favorite racing machine. Time is running out faster than that car trying to take the corner at full speed. Make your choice now or forever. Hold your peace while the engines roar. Wow, what a matchup! The 1973 Porsche 91730 Spyder is an absolute beast with its legendary speed and agility, especially on a tight track like Monaco. On the other hand, the 1970 Ferrari 712 has that classic charm, but might struggle against the raw power of the Porsche. I'd put my chips on New for life with the Porsche taking the lead, but don't count Hingle out just yet. Monaco is tricky, and sometimes a classic Ferrari can surprise us all. Let's buckle up and see who roars to the finish line. Alright folks, the race is underway at Monaco, and leading the pack in the Can-Am class is Liam Yashin in a classic 1973 Porsche 91730 Spider. It's quite the throwback up front, maybe a little too nostalgic for some of these newer cars. Liam Yashin has taken the lead right out of the gate. Penske Motorsport is holding strong in second place. And I am sitting comfortably in third, trying not to get too comfortable. Liam Yashin is dropping back to 7th place. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 1st place. I am moving up to 2nd place. Nonstop Gaming is making a bold move up to 8th place, overtaking 3 cars in a flash. Matthewsaurus Rex is also climbing fast, passing 5 cars to sit in 9th. Meanwhile, Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce duel for 4th place. Amy just took a spot from someone else and is now in 4th place. Singoshi has gained 2 positions and is now in 11th. Silva beaming and a Canon on nose-to-nose for 14th place. Looks like a close one. Liam Yashin is closing in on Matthewsaurus Rex, cutting the gap by 2.1 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 11th place. Akanone is moving up to 13th place. Maya is currently in 2nd place with a 1973 Porsche 91730 Spider. Looks like she's holding steady behind the leader and hasn't made any overtakes yet. The car's fast lap time is still at the default, so no real speed updates. New for Life is running a 1973 Porsche 91730 Spider, which is known for its incredible speed and aerodynamics. They're currently in 3rd place, holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Hingle McCringleberry has stormed to the front, overtaking 4 cars to take the lead. Matthewsaurus Rex is closing in fast on Slipslide Gaming, chopping down the gap by 14.4 seconds. Penske Motorsport and Hingle McCringleberry are now nose-to-nose for the top spot. Singoshi is closing in on Pippi Langstrup, cutting the gap by 8.5 seconds. Penske Motorsport and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Liam Yashin is climbing up to 9th place, making moves. Penske Motorsport is now in 1st place. Maya has climbed to 2nd. New for Life is in 3rd. Looks like a tight race so far. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on a Casanoni, cutting the gap by 5.2 seconds. Liam Yashin is gaining on Slipslide Gaming, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrup has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Liam Yashin is gaining on Slipslide Gaming and closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Singoshi is inching closer to Matthewsaurus Rex with a 1.9 second reduction. Hingle McCringleberry is narrowing the distance to Asanone by 2.6 seconds. Hamaka is inching closer to Prodigy Place 58, closing the gap by a second and a half. Lian Yashin is making a move on Slipslide Gaming, cutting the distance by 3.6 seconds. Hingo McCringleberry is also gaining on Akanone, closing in by 3.6 seconds. Wow! Penske Motorsport just took the victory. Guess they're really good at making everyone else look like they're just out for a Sunday drive. Well done! Wow! What a race! Congratulations to Penske Motorsport for taking the victory. They absolutely dominated out there. And a special shout out to Penske for grabbing the fastest lap, so they get the 1969 Lola T163 Can-Am. That's quite the collectible. No for life, you must be thrilled to win the bet race and claim the 1973 Porsche 91730 Spider. I hope you're ready to add that beauty to your collection. And Amy, with the most overtakes under your belt, you've earned your spot with the same Porsche 91730 Spider. Well done. Looks like a great day for winners all around. Here's a fun fact about the 1962 Lola Mark IV Climax. This car was actually a part of the early days of Lola's racing history, and was known for its lightweight design and agility. Despite its tiny size, it managed to compete pretty well against some of the bigger names of its era. Imagine that, a little Lola making a big splash on the racetrack back in the day. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your picks now if you want your favorite AI car to have a shot at glory. Don't miss out on the excitement. Time's almost up. Wow, this is quite the matchup. Cranleaf's Lola Mark IV Climax from 1962 is definitely a classic, known for its nimbleness and racing pedigree. On the other hand, Sufix Woisen C6 Laboratoire from 1923, is a real vintage treasure, probably more about style than raw speed. Given the racing mechanics and the design, I bet Crandy Live's car has the edge in a race at Bridgehampton. The Lola was built for speed and agility, perfect for a track like this. The Voisin, while historic and charming, might struggle against the more modern racing design, especially in a competitive race. So, I'd put my money on Crandy Live to take the win here. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Bridgehampton, and leading the pack is Alex Hasnabrain in a classic 1994 Opel Astra F GSI. Who knew a tiny hatchback could be so confident at the front? Let's see if it can hold on. Architect has taken an early lead. Alex Hasnabrain is right behind in second, and Crandy Live is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Hippie Langstrump is making a move, climbing 3 places to 23rd. Crandy Live is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to second. Amy is also on the rise, advancing 2 spots to 5th. Toadette TV is closing in on Alex Hasnabrain, cutting the gap by a second. 1. Liam is climbing up to 8th place. Trash Crashton is also moving up to 9. Noob for Life just overtook someone to climb to 11th place. Vanona 1857 and Wolf's Light are still locked in a close fight for 13th. Maya is now in 15th after a little push forward. Maya is on a roll, climbing from behind to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is just 1 spot ahead, holding on to 4th. Ingela McCringleberry is also making progress, now in 6th place. Yasterone 33,796 is on a roll, climbing 4 places in no time. Basic Naruto is also making moves, gaining 3 spots. Amy is inching closer to the front, just 1 behind the top 2. Maya is climbing up to 11th place. Alex Hasnabrain is now in 3rd. Amy has just overtaken someone to take 2nd. Penske Motorsport is making a strong move, now in 22nd place. Waldo is also climbing fast, now in 23rd. Indus Platinum is gaining ground too, now in 27th. The race is heating up. Tyler is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 25. Basic Nisargu is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to reach 27. Yesterona, and 33,796, is having a tough time, dropping 6 positions to 30. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. Ixnobodixel and Toadette TV are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Dank Nuggins is narrowing the gap on Nixiramavu by 1.3 seconds, so watch out for an overtake soon. Maya is catching up to Architect but still a good distance. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Alex Has No Brain, but not quite there yet. Trash Crashton just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Trash Crashton and Ixnobodixel are nose to nose for 7th. Trash Crashton is climbing nicely into 6th place. Nox Exodus is also making moves, now in 8th. Toadette TV and Nox Exodus are nose to nose for 8th place. Looks like a close fight. Nox Exodus is now 7th place. Ixnobodixel and Nox Exodus are nose to nose for 7th. Maya is catching Liu, closing the gap by a second and a half. Leon is feeling the pressure with Maya closing in fast. Nixiramavu is climbing steadily into the top 15. Dank Nuggins is making a move into the top 16. Yesterone 133,796 is gaining fast on Lil Sprout, closing the gap by 6.5 seconds. Hippie Langstrom is inching closer to Wolf's Light, cutting down the distance by 1.3 seconds. Dakotic Werdo is also making moves on Zulfik, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Liam is feeling the heat from Maya, closing in fast. Dank Nuggins and Nixiramavu are locked in a fierce duel for the 15th spot. Hippie Langstrom just gained a position, now sitting 17th. Yesterone 133,796 is closing in on Lil Sprout fast, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. Ixnobodixel and Nox Exodus are nose to nose for 7th place. Hippie Langstrom is climbing up the field, moving 2 spots to 15th. Tyler is closing in on Zulfik, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Yesterone 133,796 is storming towards Lil Sprout, closing the distance by 8 seconds. Liam and Toadette TV are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. Wow, Architect, you really built a winning blueprint there. Congratulations on crossing the finish line first. Wow! Congratulations to Architect for winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Truly a masterclass in AI racing. And hey, big shout out to Pippi Langstrumpf for doing the most overtakes. That kind of hustle deserves a reward. You can claim the 1960B RMP48, the classic F1 car from the 1950s. Enjoy the vintage ride! Sure thing! Did you know that Altamont Raceway Park was often called the fastest half-mile because of its super high-speed turns and long straightaways? It was basically a speed junkie's dream where drivers could push their cars to the limit and still keep their hearts pounding. Sadly, it closed down in 2004, but the memories of those adrenaline-filled races still zoom through the racing community. Now, who's ready to see these AI cars tear up this track? Alright, so we're basically working with two mystery drivers in a 2014 Dallara IL-15 at Altamont Raceway Park. This is like a secret race episode. Since we don't have much info about either of them, it's a total toss-up. Maybe they're both holding their cards close to the chest, or just really good at pretending they're not total rookies. If I had to pick, I'd say it comes down to who's got the most guts, or maybe just the best luck catching a break. Honestly, could be anyone's game. So I guess we'll see who surprises us at the finish line. Let's keep our eyes peeled. This is gonna be a fun one. Alright, everyone, the race kicks off at Altamont Raceway Park, and Buckybird is starting on pole with a sleek 2014 Dallara IL-15. Looks like we're in for a good one. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off to the front, with Buckybird right behind in second. Kulfo is holding steady in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Colnetwi is on a roll, climbing 4 places now. Kaboomper is inching closer to the podium. Maya and Amy are nose to tail for 5th. Looks like a fun little duel. Lian Yashin just nudged into 8th place. Sufik is right behind her, trying to reclaim that spot. Apidope and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for 10th. Looks like a close fight there. Colnetwi advances to 12th place. Vitswitkev climbs to 13th place. Lakaiyu and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a close fight for 15th. Cluffo and Amy are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Lakaiju just snuck into the top 15, climbing 1 spot. Pippi Langstrumpf and Lakaiju are locked in a close fight for 15. Beatswitkev is climbing up 1 spot to 12th place. Colnetwi and Beatswitkev are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Sufik is in 9th place with a fastest lap of 16.587 seconds. Their car is a 2014 Dallara IL-15. Just a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making much progress. Beats with Kiev is currently in the 13th position, just ahead of the last few racers. Their fastest lap is 16.439, which is pretty competitive. Looks like they're holding their own but still chasing a few spots. Lian Yashin has climbed to 7th place. Beats with Kiev has moved into 11th. Konmetui is now 12th. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry took the victory. Congrats on that impressive win. Looks like all those hours of virtual training paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up the pace in the next race. Alright everyone, here's a fun fact about vintage Trans Am racing cars. These classic beauties once dominated the tracks in the 1960s and 70s. And did you know that they were often modified with just a little more power than what the regulations officially allowed? It was like a game of car cat and mouse with the rule makers, which makes watching them race today even more thrilling. It's almost as if these cars had a secret rebellious history we get to enjoy. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it or forever hold your peace. The countdown is ticking, and soon it'll be too late to join the fun. So make your choice or prepare to cheer for whatever AI has in store. Well, this is quite the classic showdown. Both cars are vintage American muscle, but the Javelin has that bit more flair, and probably a bit more horsepower under the hood. The Dodge Dart is no slouch though. It might surprise us with its agility. Honestly, I'd put my chips on NXAGRX's Javelin. It's got a slight edge in looks and power on paper. But hey, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen. Let's see who takes the checkered flag in this nostalgic battle. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Feldberg-Ring, and the vintage Trans Am class is fiery up front. Pumpkin Clary is leading on pole in a classic 1970 Pontiac Firebird. Looks like we're in for a nostalgic showdown. Pumpkin Clary has shot off the line to take the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is holding strong in second place. Vanona 1857 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Hingle McCringleberry and Pumpkin Clary are neck and neck at the front. Vanona 1857 is right behind them in a close fight for second. Penske Motorsport and Vanoni 1857 are also battling hard for third place. Amy just overtook 2 cars to climb to 7th place. Theacaudi Guerdo has gained 1 spot to sit in 10th. Trash Crashton and Theacaudi Guerdo are nose to nose for 10th place. Annex Sagarex is leading comfortably, while Trash Crashton is stuck behind a Dodge Dart. Not much room for overtaking yet, so it's a waiting game. Mr. Wolf J is racing a 1967 Simca Rally 2.0. It's currently in 21st place and not quite making waves yet. Looks like a quiet race for now. Maya's Chevrolet Camaro is currently in 7th place, just behind the Dodge Dart and Mustang Boss. Looks like she's trying to make a move but hasn't quite caught the leaders yet. The race seems tight in the middle pack. Oakswolfie and Frankworthy are neck and neck for 15th place. Tyler just climbed 1 spot to take 19th. Zugstaka and Tyler are fighting hard for 19th too. Oakswolfie climbs to 15th place. Timborghini Tube also advances to 16th. Tyler is narrowing the gap to Whiptree out 25 by 1.7 seconds. Trash Crashton and Theacaudi Guerdo are nose to tail for 10th place. Anarchy 6 is climbing up to 23rd. Rislach Ingyo and Anarchy 6 are locked in a close fight for 23rd. GamerBoss 72 is driving a 1970 Abarth 1600 TCR. They're currently in the 24th place, so it looks like a tough race for them so far. Inga McCringleberry and Pumpkin Knopflery are nose to tail for first place. Timborghini Tuba just gained a spot and is now 15. Anarchy 6 and Mr. Wolf J are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Nian. Inga McCringleberry is taking the lead, leaving everyone in the dust. Vanona 1857 is climbing up to 2nd, not bad at all. Anarchy 6 is making a move to the 22nd spot. Slow and steady. Move for life. Just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Pippi Langstrump and Amy still locked in a fierce duel for 7. Annex Agarax is creeping closer to Pippi Langstrump with that 1.4 second gain. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the win. Clearly they're the master of the track today. Well done. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry really showed us how it's done. Congrats on the win and the most overtakes. You totally deserve that vintage Dodge Dart. Enjoy cruising in style. Sure! The 1969 Chevrolet Camaro ZL1 is like the secret agent of muscle cars because it was built with a lightweight aluminum big block V8 engine that was so exclusive it was mostly reserved for racing. Only 69 of these beauties ever rolled off the assembly line, making it a rare gem for collectors and speed enthusiasts alike. Hey everyone, time's running out to pick your favorite car. Make sure you cast your vote before it's too late or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Hurry up, the race is about to start, and I want to see some serious competition. Ooh, this is a fun matchup. On one side we have instinct in a classic muscle car, the 1967 Plymouth GTX, which is known for raw power and straight-line speed. On the other, Titus 61 is in a sleek, iconic Lamborghini Miura P460V from 1966, celebrated for its agility and stunning design. Given Croft's twisty, technical layout, I'd lean towards the Lamborghini. Its mid-engine design should give it better handling and cornering ability. The Plymouth might be a powerhouse, but I don't think it'll be as nimble around these tricky corners. So, my bet goes to Titus 61 in the Lamborghini. But hey, with AI, anything can happen, and we might see some surprises. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Croft and leading the pack is Feskis in a classic 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, taking the pole position. Looks like the vintage supercars mean business today. Feskis has shot off the line into the lead. Neo Texum is holding strong in second place, trying to keep up. Skex's Beau Prix is currently in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Skex's Beau Prix has climbed to second place. Neo Texum and Skex's Beau Prix are nose to nose for second. Yesteron 33,796. Is making a move up to 7. K-Staflex is on the move, climbing to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. V89 is making a solid push, moving up to 16th place by passing 3 cars. Broxworth is charging ahead, gaining 5 positions to sit in 18th place. Alexia Satui is making a charge, overtaking 22 cars to reach 5th place. Lian Yeshin is climbing one spot to third. Li Yum is also moving up one position, now in 18th. LXAXNT is flying past 4 cars to take the lead. Beskis and LXAXNT are nose-to-tail fighting for first place. Lian Yashin and Neotexum are locked in a close duel for third. Ingel May Kringleberry is making a move, climbing up to 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Beskis is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to take the lead. Lian Yashin is also on the rise, climbing 2 places to second. K-Steflex and Penske Motorsport are nose-to-tail for 12th place. Mr. Wolf J and Zugstakat are locked in a close fight for 24th. Bean Streams is climbing to 4th place. Amy and Josh Biosh are locked in a close fight for 7th. Penske Motorsport is advancing to 11th. Lian Yashin has just claimed the top spot. Amy is climbing up to 7th place. Penske Motorsport is narrowing the gap on TD61 by 1.5 seconds. Bean Streams just overtook Neotexum to claim 3rd place. TD61 is climbing up to 8th, closing in on the pack. VD39 is climbing 1 spot to take the 19th place. Pippi Langstrup and VD39 are locked in a close fight for 19th. Mr. Wolf J is also moving up 1 spot to take the 24th. Hastaflex is gaining ground on Penske Motorsport and is now just a hair behind. They're nose to tail for the 11th spot. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 19th, making moves through the pack. TD61 is climbing up to 7th place. Mutuba is gaining on Kistaflex, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Maya is making her way to 26th. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 10th place. Kistaflex is closing in on just around 133,796, cutting the gap by a second and a third. Skakes' GoPri is climbing up to 4th place. Lobato and Neotexum are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Mutuba and Kistaflex are nose-to-nose for 12th. Bobardo is climbing to 5th place. Josh Biosh is now in 8th. Mutuba is making a move to 11th. TD61 just moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Your Instinct is closing in on Nova Life, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Ingo Mikringleberry and Liam are locked in a tight battle for 17th. Josh Biosh just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th place. Mutuba and Penske Motorsport are nose-to-nose for 10th. Case Teflex and Gesterone 133,796 are locked in a close fight for 12th. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 9th place. Case Teflex is now 12th. Hingle McCringleberry is making moves to 17th. Congratulations, Lian Yixing. You really showed them how it's done. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, big congratulations to Lian Yixing for winning the race. That was some impressive driving. And look at that. Lian also snagged the fastest lap, so they can claim that stunning vintage Lamborghini. Nice work! Hingle McCringleberry, you did an amazing job with the overtakes, so you also get to claim the same vintage Lamborghini. Looks like everyone's a winner here, especially those classic cars. Keep up the good work, everyone. Alright folks, time's about to run out. Make your final choices and get those cars in before the countdown hits 0. Don't want to miss out on the most epic AI race of the century, do you? Hurry up and pick your favorite. Alright, so we've got Jax in the box and the Vintage Arrows a 10B and Deluxe Combo in the March 881. Both classic cars from 1988, so it's like a nostalgic showdown. The Arrows a 10B is known for its lightweight agility and nimbleness, which could give Jax an edge on a track like Adelaide, no chicane. The March 881st, on the other hand, is a solid contender with a bit more stability, but it might lack that extra punch for the tight corners. Given the characteristics, I'd say Jax might have a slight advantage in this race. But hey, with AI racing, it's never over till it's over. Anything can happen in the blink of an eye. Who do you think has the edge? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Adelaide no chicane, and look at that. Penske Motorsport has grabbed pole position with a 1988 BNT8 Benetton B188. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the others will catch up. The race kicks off with Penske Motorsport taking the lead, followed closely by me in second place and Hingle McCringleberry in third. Looks like a tight start. Maya just overtook to take the lead. Jackson Davox is closing in on the top three. Deluxe Combo is making a move, climbing 2 spots into fourth. Hagrid's 34 is climbing fast into 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Lufa Life are nose to nose for 6th. Amy is making a move up to 8th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Now Pink Wolf is now in 8th place, closing the gap. Lian Yashin is in 10th trying to catch up. Amy is making moves now in 6th. Daydream Keeper is climbing fast into the top 10. It's Aurora is making a similar move, both pushing through the field. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining ground, now in 7th place. The Adelaide No Chicane with the F1 1988 cars is making overtakes tricky, but rewarding for the more agile cars. The tight corners favor drivers with better handling, which explains the close battles at the top. Amy is in 9th place with a Williams FW12. Looks like she's holding steady, but not making any moves yet. Jamasta Tegamer 9000 is driving a Benetton B188 and is currently in 10th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise in the top half. Hagrid's 34 is driving a Colony FC 188, a car known for its lightweight design and decent handling. Their race looks steady so far, currently in 6th place, but no sign of major moves yet. Penske Motorsport is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely in control for now. Penske Motorsport is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly in control for now. Penske Motorsport is leading the race in the Benetton B188. They started in the first position and are holding on to it comfortably. Looks like they're setting the pace so far. Hagrid's 34 is driving a Colony FC 188, which is known for its lightweight design and decent handling. Their race looks steady so far, sitting in 5th place and maintaining a solid pace. The Adelaide No Chicane with the F1 1988 cars is creating tight battles and frequent overtakes, especially with the high-speed corners and limited overtaking zones. The car class's agility and raw speed seem to be key, but driver skill and track familiarity are making the real difference. Lian Yashin is driving an Ozella F. A 1L. She's currently in 11th place and has a decent pace, but is a bit behind the leaders. Maya is leading the race in the 1988 McLaren MP44, which is known for its incredible speed and agility. Looks like she's holding a solid lead with the fastest lap of the race so far. Deluxe Combo is driving a March 881, a car known for its balance and agility. Their race looks steady but slow compared to the leaders, currently in 5th place. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone and took the win at Adelaide without even a chicane. Nice job. Wow, what a fantastic race. Congratulations to Maya for taking the win. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. And look at that. Maya also snagged the fastest lap. So you get to claim the legendary 1988 McLaren MP444. Talk about a sweet prize. I hope you've got a garage ready for it. Sure thing. A fun fact about the LMP 900 racing cars is that they are designed to be incredibly lightweight and aerodynamic, which means they can sometimes hit top speeds that make your everyday car look like it's moving in slow motion. It's like watching a rocket on wheels trying to finish a race. Definitely not your average Sunday drive. Hey everyone, time's almost up. Make your picks or forever hold your peace because these cars are about to hit the track without your input. Don't miss out on the chance to influence who might win this crazy race. Hey Eminson, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some AI car racing action. Hope you're ready for some high-speed fun and maybe a few surprises along the way. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Wow, this is quite the throwback race. The BMW V12 Elm R from 1999 is a legendary car, known for its raw power and endurance. On the other hand, the Panos LMP1 Roadster from 23 is a sleek, modern competitor with some serious aerodynamics and speed. But honestly, with the Lossitring's mix of high-speed corners and technical sections, I think the BMW's classic V12 might have the edge in endurance and acceleration. Still, the Panos' newer design could surprise us with better handling and agility. If I had to pick who might come out on top, I'd lean slightly toward the BMW V12 Elm R for its historic reputation and brute strength. But hey, anything can happen when AI drives these beasts. Let's watch and see who takes the win. Alright folks, the race is off at Lossitring DTM track, and leading the pack in first place is Velocitor 14, in a classic 2008 Porsche RS Spider Evo. Looks like a vintage beauty ready to tear up the track. Velocitor 14 has taken an early lead, followed closely by New for Life in second place. Hymize is holding on to third, but expect some shuffling soon. KP Langström is climbing fast, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amundsen is also on the move, grabbing 9th after passing 3 cars. Nonstop is making a charge, now in 12th after overtaking 3 cars. Just Platinum and Jordan F are nose to tail for 3rd place. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 5th. Yesninha 96 is also making moves up to 7th. Indus Platinum is climbing fast to 2nd place. Velocito 14 and Jordan F are locked in a close fight for 3rd. Amundsen is making a move up to 7th. Indus Platinum is now in 1st place. Penske Motorsport has moved up to 4th. Amundsen and Hymise are nose to nose for 6th. Amundsen just sneaked into 6th place. Morningstar is closing in on the top 10. Inge McCringleberry is inching closer to the middle of the pack. Inge McCringleberry is climbing to 14th place. Morningstar and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. Zotsfied is inching up to 21 place. Morningstar just climbed up 1 spot to 14. Geogyn Miracles and Zotsfired are nose to nose for 21st. Trifaninti 3 and Geogyn Miracles are also locked in a close fight for 22nd. Hey Toadette TV. Glad you could hop back into the stream. Hope you're ready for some high-speed chaos in our AI car race. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 3rd place. Sir Prothry is making a move to 24th. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 2nd place. Amundsen and Velocitor 14 are nose to nose for 5th. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Resna Palm 6 are locked in a fierce fight for 16th. New for Life just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Jordan F is climbing up to 3rd. Velocito 14 is also making moves into the top 5. Penske Motorsport is really having a rough day, dropping to 30. Amundsen just sneaked into 5th place, and Hymise moved up to 6th. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Morningstar is driving a 1999 BMW D12 LM. They're currently in 15th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 28 seconds, which is pretty solid, but not enough to shake up the top. Looks like they're holding steady but not making big moves. Kabumper and Leon Yashin are nose to nose for 8th place. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 11th. Christel 33 and G Maxiate are fighting hard for 18th. Christel 33 just overtook someone to move into the top 20. G Maxite and Crystal 33 are still nose to tail for the same position. Geogyn Miracles is closing in on the top 20 as well. Amy just gained a spot and is now in 10th place. Amy and Pippi Langstrom are nose to tail for 9th. Christel 33 and Uncone Me Buddy are wheel to wheel for 17th. Wow, Just Platinum really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Just Platinum really pulled off a fantastic win. Congrats on taking the top spot. That was some impressive racing. As for the winners of the cars, Lian Yashin did a great job in the bet race, and can now claim that sleek 2003 Panos Elmen. P01 Roadster, Essen Amundsen, with all those overtakes, definitely earned that 22 Audi or 8. Nice work, racers! Sure. Did you know that Suzuka West is actually a fictional extension of the famous Suzuka circuit in Japan? It was created for video games and simulation races, giving drivers more room to go wild without messing up the main track. It's like a fun playground for racing enthusiasts. Whoa! We've got some classic beauties racing on Suzuka West today. The Mercedes-Benz W125 is a powerhouse with its supercharged engine and sleek aerodynamics, definitely a formidable contender. Meanwhile, the Alfa Romeo 12C has that legendary Italian flair. But considering the era and design, it might lack some of the raw power the Mercedes can unleash. If I had to bet, I'd say the Mercedes is more likely to take the lead, especially given its high speed and advanced engineering for that time. But hey, history has shown that Italian charm can surprise us, so it's anyone's game. Let's see if the Alfa Romeo can pull off an upset or if the Mercedes cruises to victory. Alright folks, buckle up because Lian Yashin is kicking things off on pole in a 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125 here at Suzuka West. Looks like she's got the early advantage, but you know with AI racing, anything can happen. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead. Lian Yeshin has taken an early lead, with Amy right behind her in second place. Pippi Langström is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Amy just slipped back to second place. Lian Yashin now leads the race. Maya is closing in on Lian Yashin and Amy for the top spot. Singoshi has moved up to fourth place. Singoshi and Pippi Langström are neck and neck for third. Singoshi is now in third place, climbing one spot. 89 and the Bods 84 are nose to nose for sixth. I am moving up 2 spots to 9. Singoshi is driving an Auto Union Type D from 1938, a car known for its engineering prowess. They're currently in third place, holding a solid position but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Singoshi just moved up 1 spot to take second place. Lian Yashin is right behind, and they're locked in a tight battle for second. Pippi Langström and Lian Yashin are nose to tail for third place. Vade 39 just gained a spot and is now in sixth. The Bods 84 and BD 39 are also fighting hard for sixth position. Amy is leading the race in a 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125. Looks like she's maintaining a comfortable gap at the front and has yet to be challenged. Lian Yashin is leading the race in a 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125. She's holding on to the top spot comfortably so far. Aminzan's car is a Mercedes-Benz W125, one of the fastest in history. Looks like they're holding steady in 8th place. Not bad, but not quite challenging for the lead either. Lian Yashin is leading the race in a 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125. She's holding the top spot comfortably so far, with no signs of slowing down. Pippi Langström just overtook someone and is now in third place. 89 and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for fifth. This is getting spicy. Lian Yashin is leading the race in a 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125. She's holding the top spot with a solid start, but her lap time is noticeably slower than the fastest laps so far. Looks like she's managing the lead but might need to pick up the pace to stay ahead. Singoshi just overtook for the lead, now in first place. Amy is right behind, still in the chase. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed to fourth, closing in on the top 3. Amy is now in the lead, taking the top spot. Singoshi and Amy are nose to nose, fighting for the first place. This is getting intense. Pippi Langström and Singoshi are nose to tail. Looks like a game of follow the leader. Penske Motorsport just snuck into the top 10. climbing one spot, probably sneaking past some slower traffic. Pippi Langstrom and Singoshi are nose to tail for second place. Amin-san and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 8th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to second place. Amin-san is now in 8th. Looks like Pippi's got some momentum. Singoshi just snuck into second place, pushing Pippi Langstrom to 3rd. The battle for second is heating up with those two neck and neck. Penske Motorsport is climbing into the top 10, now in 9th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to second place. Maya and New for Life are nose to nose for 10th. Wow, Amy really outpaced everyone, didn't she? Congratulations on the win. Wow, Amy really rocked that race. Great job to them for taking the win. Absolutely fantastic effort. Hingo McCringleberry, you've got the fastest lap, so that 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154 is yours. That's a classic. And New for Life, you won the bet race, so you get the 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C. Nice work, both of you. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, since the twisting curves and vintage charm demand a car that can navigate sharp turns smoothly. A car with precise steering and good grip will let drivers carve through those vintage bends with style. Speed is nice, but being able to control the car on those tight corners really makes the difference here. So, overall, I'd say balance and responsiveness are the top priorities for this kind of track. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked out your dream racing robot yet, now is the time. The clock's ticking down fast, so get those selections in before the virtual checkered flag waves. Don't miss your chance to see which sleek machine will dominate the track. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown, isn't it? The Lotus 16 from 1958 is a classic, known for its agility and lightweight design. On the other hand, the Ferrari 246 F1 from the same year is a bit of a streamlined beast with a reputation for speed and handling. Given the era and the cars involved, I'd say the Ferrari probably has the edge when it comes to raw pace and power. But don't write off the Lotus though. Its nimbleness could give it some surprises on tight turns. If I had to make a guess, I'd lean toward Penske Motorsport and the Ferrari taking the win. But I wouldn't be surprised if Hingo McCringleberry's Lotus pulls out a tricky maneuver and sneaks to the front. Let's see how this race unfolds. Alright folks, the race kicks off at El Inter Harada Vintage Track. Leading the pack is Amundsen in the classic 1950 RM Type 15, starting on pole diddy. Let's see if this vintage beauty can hold the lead, or if the newer cars will catch up. Amundsen has taken an early lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Lian Yashin is currently in third, trying to keep up. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to climb into second place. Bethralin and New for Life are nose to tail for ninth. Ingo McCringleberry is driving a Lotus 16 from 1958. Looks like he's making a steady climb from 5th to 4th place. Not bad for a vintage ride. Ingo McCringleberry just overtook someone to take the 3rd place. Looks like the battle between Maya and Hingo is heating up. Amy is closing in on the top 5. Inching her way forward. Pippi Langström is driving a 1960B RMP48, which is a bit of a vintage beast. Looks like she's stuck in 4th place, probably fighting to catch up. Not much action so far, but she's in the mix. Lian Yashin is driving a 1950B RM Type 15, starting from 3rd and currently holding 2nd. Looks like she's making a solid push but still chasing Amundsen at the front. Bethralin is driving a 1955 Gordini T32, which is known for its lightweight design and nimbleness. Looks like she's holding steady in the 10th spot, not making any big moves but staying in the race. Amy is in 7th place with a Ferrari 375 F1. She's slightly behind the leaders but has the fastest lap among the top 6. Looks like she's pushing hard. Ingo McCringleberry is now in 3rd place. Pippi Langström is gaining on Era Special, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Lian Yashin is driving a 1950B RM Type 15, starting 3rd and currently holding 2nd place. She's been quick, with the fastest lap just over a second slower than the leader. Looks like she's pushing hard. Penske Motorsport is gaining on Amy now, just 1.6 seconds behind. New for Life has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Bethralin is also up 1 spot, now 9th. Pippi Langström's car is a 1960B RMP48, a bit of a throwback with its vintage design. Their race seems to be over or stuck since the fastest lap time is a placeholder, indicating they might not be actively racing right now. Amy just climbed 1 spot to take 4th place. Our Special also moved up 1 spot into 6th. Looks like they're both on the rise. Lian Yashin is driving a 1950B RM Type 15, starting from 3rd and currently holding second place. She's fastest lap is 1:5:33.2, just behind Amin San. Looks like she's chasing that lead but still has some work to do. Maya is now in 4th place, closing in on the top 3. Our special has also moved up to 5th, keeping the pressure on. Maya is racing a 1950 BRM Type 15, starting in 2nd and currently in 4th. Her fastest lap is a 1:44.98, showing she's holding her own but not quite at the front yet. Penske Motorsport is driving a 1958 Ferrari 246 F1 Edit. They started in 6th place and are currently in 8th, so they're not exactly making a move forward. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so it looks like a steady but not spectacular race for them. Aspicios closing in on Maya quickly now. The gap shrinks by more than a second. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 6th place. New for Life is also moving up to 7th. Looks like a tight battle brewing. Wow, Min-san just won the race. Looks like they're really quick on their feet. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow, big congratulations to Amin-san for winning the race. That was an impressive drive. And a special shout out to New for Life for snagging the fastest lap. You now get to claim the vintage 1958 Van Wall VWI. Nice choice. Also, hats off to Hingle McCringleberry for winning the bet race. You're now the proud owner of a 1958 Lotus 16. That's a pretty legendary ride to add to your collection. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you want to make your pick, now's the time to shout it out. Don't let your favorite go to someone else or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Hey Trugian Fish, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you in the house again, ready to watch these AI cars battle it out? Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. Both of these cars are classics. But I have to say the Brabham BT7 is known for its nimbleness and agility. The Lola Mark IV Climax, while a stunning piece of history, might be a bit more straightforward in terms of handling. So, my bet is on Kista Flex and the 1965 Brabham to take the top spot. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen, and I'm just here for the thrill of the race. Alright everyone, the race is on at Knockhill and Kazuma Girl is starting from the front in a 1965 BRMP 61. Classic car, classic battle. Let's see if she can hold that pole. Katsuma Girl has taken an early lead. Miserop Starks is right behind in second, and Adenut 44 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Indigo Peta and Baseness R2 are neck and neck for 6th place. Penske Motorsport and Tukins Flora are also locked in a close fight for 10th. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 12th, making moves. Jordan F is slicing through the field to reach 13th place. Hingo McCringleberry is losing ground, dropping 6 spots to 18. Adenut 44 is climbing 1 position to secure second. Indigo Page just made a bold move to 5th place, overtaking 3 cars in one go. K-Steflex is climbing steadily into 3rd. Baseness Art Woil is also on the rise, moving into 4th. Things are heating up. Hingo McCringleberry is racing a 1961 Cooper T55. Looks like he's stuck in the middle of the pack, trying to climb up but not making much progress so far. New for Life just overtook someone to take the 5th place. Maya is closing in on Indigo Pete, both fighting for 6th. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. New for Life is gaining on Best Nazartwu, closing the gap significantly. Indigo Pete and I are still locked in a tight battle for 6th. Tukins Flora is making a move on Penske Motorsport, closing in fast. Indigo Peta just overtook someone to take 6th place. Indigo Peta and Mtoyif are nose to nose for 5th. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 15th. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Nadzirop Starks has also gained 1 position, now in 17th. Chubby Panda is driving a 1965 Brabham BT7 tonner. They're currently in the 12th place with a decent lap time of 1 minute 7 seconds. Looks like they're making steady progress. Tukins Flora is driving a BRMP 261, the same as the leader. They're currently in 10th place with a decent lap time of 19.22. Looks like they're hanging in there but not quite ready to challenge for the top yet. Slipslinde Gaming is driving a Porsche 804 from 1962. They've moved up a few spots but still have a lot of ground to make up. Looks like a steady climb, but they're still behind the leaders. Kaangir Girl is holding a commanding lead and has the fastest lap, so it looks like he's in control and possibly on his way to a win. Tukins Flora is climbing up 1 spot to take 9th place. Penske Motorsport and Tukins Flora are nose to nose for 9th. Chubby Panda and Slipslide Gaming are locked in a close fight for 11th. Kumagirl is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Slipsleader Gaming is driving a Porsche 804 from 1962. They're currently in the 11th place, trying to catch up with the leaders. Their fastest lap is 1:8:53, so they're not exactly setting the pace but still in the mix. Sumer Girl is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Wow, Sumer Girl, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Sumer Girl really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations. That was some skillful driving out there. I guess all those practice laps paid off, huh? Can't wait to see what you do next. Did you know that the A-Young cars from 1996 looked like they were designed during a particularly creative brainstorming session in a wind tunnel? They had this interesting mix of aerodynamics that made them quite the handful to drive, especially for the untrained eye. Basically, they were like the rock stars of the racing world, bold and a tad unpredictable. It's no wonder drivers had to be part superhero to tame those machines. Alright folks, the clock is ticking, and the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make your move, or forever hold your silence. Get those selections in before the race kicks off or face the eternal regret of missed opportunities. Let's go, choose your champion. Alright, so we have Pippi Langstrup driving a 1996 Minardi M95B and Chosenskost behind the wheel of a 1996 McLaren MP411. Now, looking at these two, the McLaren was known for its advanced technology and speed back in the day. The Minardi, well, it's charming but probably a bit slower and less refined. Given the cause and the era, I'd say Chosenskost's McLaren has the edge here. But hey, anything can happen in a race, especially with AI driving. Still, I'd put my chips on the McLaren for taking the lead. What do you guys think? Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Mugello Short. Leading the pack is Hingle McCringleberry in a 1996 Minardi M 195B Can he hold on to that pole position? Or will the others catch up? Stay tuned. Ingo McCringleberry has shot to the front, holding the lead. Liang Yashin is right behind in second place. Mighty Chunk is currently in third, trying to keep up. Lian Yashishin is now in first place. Ingo McCringleberry and Lian are nose to nose for the top spot. Maya is climbing up to fifth place, inching closer to the front. Maya is now in fourth place, climbing one spot. DF Empress has moved up to sixth place, also gaining one spot. Double is now in ninth place, making a move up one spot as well. Maya is holding a narrow lead over Mighty Chunk for third place. Amy and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 10th. New for Life and Amy are battling it out for 11th. Maya is now in third place, closing in on the leaders. Chosen's Coast has climbed to 7th, making a nice move. Amy is now in 10th, holding steady but needs more speed. Move for Life is climbing up to 11th place. Cloudy and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 12th. Maya just overtook for second place. Looks like she's on a roll. New for Life is slicing into Amy's lead, now only a second behind. The fight for 10th is heating up with New for Life and Amy nose to tail. Double and Beltane Feast are nose to tail for 8th place. New for Life is climbing up to 10th place. Looks like a little chaos in the mid-pack. The short Mugello track is favoring the quicker lap times, especially for the top contenders. The tight corners are making overtakes tricky, so the leaders are holding their positions well. Chosen's Coast is climbing up to 6th place. Double and Beltane East are nose to nose for 8th. Beltane Beast is driving a Legia JS43 and is currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 50.84 seconds, so they're a bit off the pace but holding steady. Double and Beltane Feast are nose to nose for 8th place. Move for Life and Double are swapping positions for 9th. Honey 3 and Dr. Keeps Apluway are locked in a close fight for 16th. Move for Life just overtook Double and now they're nose to nose for 8th place. Looks like a close one. Beltane Beast just overtook Amy for Pen. Cloudy is trying to defend P11 from Beltane Beast. Amy is hanging on in P12, but not for long if this keeps up. Lotusos and Mighty Chunk are neck and neck for 4th place. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 12th. Penske Motorsport and Beltane Beast are locked in a close fight for 11th. Lotusos is climbing up to 4th place. Penske Motorsport is now in 11th. Cloudy has moved into 12th. Congratulations, Leanne. You really showed them how it's done at Mugello Short. Who knew you had such a winning streak in you? Wow, what a race. Huge congratulations to Lee and Yashin for taking the victory. That was some impressive driving. They truly deserved it. And now, for the prize announcements. Maya, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim a classic 1996 Benetton B196. That's a real beauty from the F1 world. New for life, you led the charge with the most overtakes. That's some aggressive racing. You get the 1996 Jordan 196, a car that's definitely got some attitude. Great job, everyone. This AI race keeps getting more exciting. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so make your choice before they hit the starting line. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your top contender. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. On one side, we have Nonstop 6 with that vintage McLaren 8C. It's a race car with a lot of history and raw power, but it might struggle a bit with modern circuit demands. And then there's Aetherplasm with the Porsche 91710, which is a beast from the era of turbocharged dominance. That car screams agility and speed, especially on a technical track like Misano. Honestly, I'd give a slight edge to the Porsche here. It's known for its incredible handling and speed in tight corners, which is perfect for Misano's twists and turns. The McLaren's raw power will be impressive for sure, but without modern traction and stability tech, I think the Porsche will take the win. So, my bet is on Aetherplasm and the Porsche to cross the finish line first. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. So let's see how it all unfolds. Alright everyone, looks like Hingle McCringleberry is starting on pole with a classic 1973 Porsche 91730 Spider at Misano. This race just got a lot more interesting. Stay tuned. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Leanne Yashin is holding strong in second place. And right behind her it's Amy in third. Looks like a good start for the top three. Maya is closing in on the third place battle. Looks like a real race to the finish. Wild Kevinona and Simplamakers are still neck and neck for fifth. No room for error. Kalmetwi just gained a spot, now in 8th, climbing the ranks like a pro. Wild Kevinona is climbing up to 5th place. Simplamakers and Wild Kevinona are nose to nose for 5th. Kalmetwi is inching up to 7th. Pippi Langstrumpf and Kolmetwi are nose to tail for 7th place. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 9th. Rusnap Palmzix and X Basic Switch X are locked in a close fight for 11th. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 7th place. Penske Motorsport is now 8th. X Basic Switch is knocking on the top 10 door in 10th. Aetha Plassen is driving a Porsche 91710 from 1971. Their race looks steady but not spectacular, sitting in 12th place. Pippi Langstrumpf has just overtaken Simplemarkers and is now in 6th place. They are nose to nose in a close fight for that spot. Kolmetwi is holding off Penske Motorsport by a hair for 8th place. Plati Numera and Ebony Shadow are swapping positions every corner for 15. Axoases and James Mayo are nose to tail for 19. East Basic Switch is climbing to 8th place. Aetha Plassen and Kolmetwi are nose to nose for 10th. Rusna Palmzix and New Boo for Life are fighting for 12th. With 3 out 25 is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar, a classic muscle car known for its style and power. Their race looks pretty rough since they are in the last place, so they might want to find some overtaking opportunities soon. Globites X dished ahead of with 3 out 25 to take the spot at 26. They're still nose to nose in that tight battle. Mai and Amy are nose to tail for 3rd place. X Basic Switch and Penske Motorsport are swapping positions for 8th. Exoases is climbing up to 19th. Maya is driving a 1973 Porsche 91730 Spider, which is currently in 4th place. Her fastest lap is a 1:40.336, the quickest among all races. The race looks tight with her staying close to the leaders and showing impressive speed. Wild Kevinona is inching closer to the top 4. I see Maya and Wild Kevinona still locked in that tight battle for 4th place. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 8. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Simplemarkers is right behind Pippi Langstrumpf, now just a second apart. X Basic Switch has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Platinumera is gaining on Kazuma Girl, closing the gap by a second. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry just took the victory. Looks like someone's been practicing their victory dance. Well done. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry took the checkered flag, everyone! Big congratulations to them for that incredible win. They really showed those AI drivers who's boss. And a shout out to Pippi Langstrom for snagging the fastest lap. You can now claim an absolutely stunning 1970 Ferrari 712 Can-Am. Nice work out there! Sure thing. Did you know that in the all-random racing car class, sometimes you end up with a vehicle that looks like it's been through a cartoon crash, yet it still has a shot at winning? It's kind of like a box of chocolates but with a lot more horsepower, and a lot less predictability. It keeps everyone on their toes because you never know if your shiny new car will turn into a rocket, or an overgrown go-kart. Hey everyone! The clock is ticking. Make your choice quickly if you want your favorite car to hit the track. Don't miss out on the chance to see your pick race to victory. Wow, this is quite the matchup. On one hand, we've got Leon Yashin in a 2006 Audi A4B7. It's a solid, dependable car, but it's not exactly known for racing prowess. On the other hand, Hingle McCringleberry is behind the wheel of a 2005 Mercedes SLR McLaren, which sounds fancy but is actually more of a grand tourer than a rallycross beast. Honestly, I'd bet the Audi might have a slight advantage in agility since it's more of a compact sedan, but the Mercedes has that sleek, speedy vibe. I'd lean toward the Mercedes because it's got that extra edge in raw power, even if it's not built for rallycross specifically. But who knows? AI drivers tend to surprise us with their unpredictable skills. So, I'll call it a close race. But I'd give a tiny edge to Hingle McCringleberry's Mercedes for that extra speed and style. Alright everyone, buckle up because Shattered Pixel is leading the pack in the all-random class with a vintage 1966 McLaren Elva Oldsmobile. It's quite the throwback to see that beast at the front. Let's see if it can hold on to the lid. Shattered Pixel has taken an early lead, with Pippi Langstrom right behind in second place. Hingle McCringleberry is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Amundsen just blitzed through 5 cars to grab the 9th spot. Leon Yashin is climbing steadily into third. Alan 656 is making a move, jumping 2 places to sit comfortably in 5th. Maya is holding steady in 4th place. Casey Wingboy just overtook Elan 656 for 6. Looks like Casey Wingboy is not done yet. Elan 656 is trying to fight back. Hingle McCringleberry is trying to hold off Amy for 4th place. Penske Motorsport is inching up to 13th, making things interesting. Essendon Games and Penske are nose to nose for that 13th spot. Leanne Yashin just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Amy is closing in on her, now in 4th. Elan 656 is making a move, and is now in 6th. Elan 656 is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Move for Life is climbing up to 11th place. New for Life and Uncanny Buddy are locked in a close fight for 10th. Leanne Yashin is slicing through the track, closing the gap on Shattered Pixel by nearly 2 seconds. Elan 656 is climbing the ladder, now in 5th place. And Naya is inching forward, now in 11th, making her way up the field. Casey Wingboy is climbing to 7th place. JC Productions is now 8th. Uncanny Buddy has moved into 9th. Looks like a small but steady shuffle. Casey Wingboy is driving a 27.7 Chevrolet Corvette C6D06. They're currently in 7th place and seem to be holding a steady pace with a fastest lap of 0:48.218. Looks like they're staying competitive in the middle of the pack. Your Vector W8 is in the middle of the pack and has the slowest fastest lap so far. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race for you. The tight corners seem to favor the older prototypes and street cars with good handling, while the longer straights are benefiting the faster cars like the Audi and Jaguar. Casey Wingboy is in a 27 Chevrolet Corvette C6Z06. Looks like he's holding a solid middle ground, just a bit behind the front runners but ahead of the pack. Uncanny Buddy is driving a 1971 Ford Torino, a classic NASCAR car. They're currently in 10th place, just behind Maya. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Well, look at that. Shattered Pixel just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Shattered Pixel on winning the race. That was an impressive run. Now, for the drivers who can claim a car, Leanne Yashin, you nailed the fastest lap, so you get to claim the 2006 Audi A4B7 TCA. Well done! Sure thing. Did you know that the Anadara Circuit International track is famous for its twisty and unpredictable turns? It's like the track is playing a trick on the drivers, testing their skills and nerves. Rumor has it that even the AI racers sometimes get a little confused here, which makes for some hilarious and exciting racing moments. Alright folks, we've got Penny 3, a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB, and Celestial Inari in a 2019 Ford Mustang. Both decent contenders, but the real question is which car has the edge on Onodera Circuit International? The Commodore is known for its agility and handling, especially in tight turns, but the Mustang has that raw power and straight-line speed advantage. I'd say it's a close call, but if the race is about quick acceleration and top speed, the Mustang might just have the upper hand. Still, don't count out the Commodore if the track gets twisty. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, Rosauers is kicking things off from pole position in a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX. Let's see if that early lead can hold up at the Onodera Circuit International. Rosauers is leading the race, followed closely by Neotexum in second place and Bethraline holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle right from the start. Roger Bear 302 and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for 5th place. Pawnee 3 is climbing up to 9th. Liam is making a move, now in 11th. And Liam and I are locked in a close fight for 10th. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 5th place. Celestial Inari is now 11th. Hippie Langström is inching up to 16th. Hippie Langström and Nulavi are nose-to-nose fighting for 15th. Roger Bear 302 just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th place. Alexei Xechaek and Tokidoki Bri are nose-to-nose for 7th. Liam and Celestial Inari are locked in a close fight for 11th. Alexei Natid just overtook someone to take 7th place. Tokidoki Bri and Alexei Natid are still nose-to-nose for that spot. Liam is climbing up to 11th, inching closer to the pack. The V8 supercars class on the Onodera circuit seems to favor the more recent models like the Ford Falcon FGX and Mustang, with the top racers mostly piloting newer cars. The track's layout probably rewards power and handling, giving an edge to the newer, more refined machines. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 5th place. Alexei is catching up to 6th. Honey 3 is making a move to 8th. Tokidokibre is on a roll, climbing 8 places to take the lead. Rosaurus and Tokidokibre are nose-to-nose for first. Pippi Langstrumpf and Lullaby are locked in a close fight for 15th. Pippi Langstrumpf is on a roll, climbing from way back to 2nd place. Celestia Linari is also making a charge, now 3rd. Lullaby is not holding back either, moving into 4th. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots. Rosaurus is on a roll, now in 1st place after overtaking 7 cars. Neotexum is hot on their heels, also up 7 spots to 2nd. Bethriline is making a strong push, climbing 7 positions to 3rd. The race is heating up at the front. Roger Bear 302 is making a strong push into 7th place. Honey 3 is right behind, also climbing through the field. And Maya is not holding back, overtaking 3 cars to move into 9th. Things are heating up. LXEXA is on fire, making a bold move to 2nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Rosaurus and LXXAXATILICID are nose-to-nose fighting for 2nd spot. Roger Bear 302 is closing the gap on Penske Motorsport, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Rosaurus is climbing up to 2nd place. Rosaurus and LXEXIX are nose-to-nose for the lead. Neotexum is also making a move to 3rd. Rosaurus takes the lead now. Neotexum follows closely behind. Penske Motorsport is not letting go and climbs to 3rd. Roger Bear 302 is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Maya has also moved up 1 position into 7th. Leon is now in 7th place, climbing up 1 spot. No Way Yo for Life has moved into 8th place, also up 1 spot. Lian Yashin is now 9th, making a similar move up the order. Alexei today is driving a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX and is currently in 8th place. They've been pretty quick with a lap time of 1:34.9, just behind the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady and staying competitive. Wow! Rosaurus just took the victory. Looks like they were in a league of their own today. Well done! Wow, Rosaurus took the victory. Congratulations. You absolutely crushed it out there. Well-deserved win. And a big shout out to New for Life. You were the king of overtakes today, so you get to claim yourself a 2019 Ford Mustang with a V8 Supercars engine. Nice choice. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would lean towards the 1985 Mazda 7373. It's a Group C prototype with a good balance of power and agility, and these cars tend to excel on circuits like Ottawa Full. Plus, with its aerodynamic design and reliable performance, it could very well outmaneuver the older models and reach the finish line with a bit of style. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen. Probably a surprise victory from the underdog or a dramatic spin-out. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. You better make those final choices or risk missing out on your dream race car. Don't say I didn't warn you when the AI takes the wheel. Oh, what a classic showdown we have here. Lian Yashin is behind the wheel of a vintage MKC 841 from 1985, a real old-school beauty. Meanwhile, I'm in a 1982 Domar C82, which has a reputation for being a bit more agile. It's definitely a toss-up, but I'd say the Dome might have the edge in terms of handling with its more modern design for its time. Still, Lian's car has that nostalgic charm and might surprise everyone with some unexpected speed. I'm leaning toward the Dome, but don't count out the MKA just yet. It's gonna be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race is underway, Ottawa Full Circuit. And leading the pack is chubby boy RJ in a classic 1988 Rondo M379. C looks like he's got the pole position, so let's see if he can hold on to it, or if the others will chase him down. Chubby boy RJ has taken the lead right out of the gate. Amy is holding strong in second place. Crazy Sweet Butt is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Maya just overtook for 7th place. Big Old Nerd is closing in on Penman, Hippie Langstrom, and Big Old Nerd still locked in that tight battle for 10th. Hinga McKingleberry and New for Life are nose to tail for 5th place. Eunice Gottlieds and Justin Gilks are locked in a close fight for 13th. Frankenbaus is climbing up one spot to 18. Welcome back, Schlosseronen 1977. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed chaos. Get ready for some AI cars to battle it out, and maybe even surprise us. Hope you're ready for the thrill. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to third place. New for Life and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose to tail for 4. Matthewsaurus Rex and Zasatura are locked in a close fight for 16. Crazy Sweetbutt and Penske Motorsport are neck and neck for third place. Ingwu for Life and Crazy Sweetbutt are fighting hard for 4th. The Goldnerd and Lian Yoshin are locked in a close duel for 9th. Matthewsaurus Rex is racing a 1993 Renault 19.0. They're currently in the 8th place, just ahead of some slower cars but still a few spots behind the leaders. Move for Life just overtook Crazy Sweetbutt for 4th place. The race between Maya and Nox Exodus for 7th is heating up. Looks like a close one. Move for Life is dropping back to 11th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing to 4. Hingo McCringleberry is moving up to 5. New for Life is really dropping back now, down to 23rd place. Hingo McCringleberry is gaining ground on Crazy Sweetbutt, closing the gap by over a second. Hingo McCringleberry and Crazy Sweetbutt are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Lian Yashin has moved up 1 spot to take the 8th place. Ectoplasm and Juno's Got the Leads are still locked in a close fight for the 13th position. Yam Chubby Panda and Swell Place Yi are battling it out for the 21st spot. Nox Exodus is climbing to 5th place. Ectoplasm is now in 13. New for Life is gaining on Yam Chubby Panda, closing the gap by 3.6 seconds. Nox Exodus is climbing to 4th place. Hingo McCringleberry is closing in on Crazy Sweetbutt, shrinking the gap by over a second and a half. Lian Yashin has gained 1 position and is now in 7th place. Maya and Lian are nose to tail for 7. Ihave Eczema and Blackbeard are locked in a fierce fight for 18th. Nox Exodus just snuck into 3rd place. Crazy Sweetbutt is closing in on Penske Motorsport, and the gap is shrinking fast. They're really fighting for that 4th spot now. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing up to 4th place. Nouveau Life and Yam Chubby Panda are nose to nose for 21st. Crazy Sweetbutt is really closing in on Nox Exodus. Just a second and a bit behind now. Nox Exodus better watch out. Nouveau Life just jumped 2 spots and is now in 21st place, climbing fast. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing fast into 3rd place now. Nox Exodus is right on their tail in that same battle for 3rd. Move for Life just gained a spot to 19 but still stuck in a close fight with Ihave Eczema for 18. Wow, Chubby boy RJ just took the win at Ottawa full circuit. Looks like all those laps paid off. Well done. Congratulations to Chubby Boy RJ for winning the race. That was a close one, and well deserved. And a big shout out to Leanne Yashin for winning the bet race. You get to claim the classic 1985, MK85, MK84, one from Group C2. Nice pick. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Ebisu West is known for its tight corners and technical sections, so a car that can easily navigate sharp turns without losing speed would be ideal. It's less about raw power and more about precision and control to master those tricky curves. Hey everyone! The clock is ticking down, so make sure to pick your favorite car before it's too late. You don't want to miss out on the most epic race of the century. Get your choices in now! Alright. This is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Imdus Platinum with a classic Porsche 911 Turbo S. That car is known for its grip and precision, especially on a track like Ibisu West. It's like the old reliable that always seems to find a way to stay ahead. On the other side, Hingle McCringleberry is rolling in a 2003 Spiker C8 La Violette. Now, that's a car that's all about style and a bit of wild charm. It might not have the same heritage as the Porsche, but could surprise us with some unexpected flair. Considering the track and the cars, I'd say it's a close call. The Porsche's handling and turbo-charged power give it an edge in tight corners and quick acceleration. However, if the Spiker can exploit its unique characteristics and perhaps pull off some daring moves, it could shake things up. But if I had to pick, I'd lean towards Imdus Platinum's Porsche 911 taking a narrow win, especially if it sticks to its strengths. Still, I wouldn't count out Hingle's stylish contender just yet. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Ibisu West, and leading the pack is Sengoshi in a 2003 Spiker C8 La Violette. Looks like he's got the pole position, so let's see if he can hold on to that lead, or if the other cars have tricks up their sleeves. The race kicks off with Sengoshi leading the pack, followed closely by Pippi Langstrup in second place, and Gabitha Minimac holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Maya just overtook New for Life and is now in 6th place. The fight between Maya and New for Life is heating up. Justin Gilks and Youngen Stort 102 are locked in a close duel for 9. Helskank is driving a 2003 Peugeot 206 RC. Looks like they're holding steady in 11th place, but not making any big moves yet. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2003 Spiker C8 La Violette. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, not making much progress but not falling behind either. Imbus Platinum is driving a 1998 Porsche 911 Turbo S. They're currently in the 13th place, so not quite making the most of that turbocharged legend. Looks like a steady race with some room for improvement. Maya is driving a 2003 Spiker C8 La Violette, the same as the leader. Looks like she's holding her own in 6th place. Not bad for a car that's been around since 23. The race seems tight with multiple Spiker C8 La Violette drivers close together. Hingle McCringleberry is racing a 23 Spiker C8 La Violette. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack and not making much progress. Justin Gilks is driving a 23 Peugeot 206 RC. Looks like they're stuck in a different time zone with those invalid lap times, so not much action from them. Justin Gilks is driving a Peugeot 206 RC. He's currently in 10th place, just ahead of the pack. Looks like he's holding steady with a decent lap time, but no major moves yet. Pippi Langstrup is cruising in a 23 Infiniti G35. They're holding 2nd place, staying close behind the leader. Looks like a steady run so far. Maya is driving a 2003 Spiker C8 La Violette, same as the leader. She's currently in 6th place, just behind the top 5. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite catching the front runners yet. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2003 Spiker C8 La Violette. Looks like they're struggling a bit with the pace, currently in 14th place, and a little off the pace of the leaders. Maya is closing in on the pack as she moves into 7th place. Amy and Woofer Life are still neck and neck battling for 8th. Lian Yashin and Justin Gilks are swapping positions in the fight for 10th. The tight corners at Ibisu West are favoring the Spiker C8 La Violette, keeping the top spots close. Overtakes are tricky but possible on the straights. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Spiker C8 Laviolette, same as me and Amy. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in 14th place and a little off the pace. Gabitha Minimac is in 3rd place with a 1998 Chevrolet Camaro SS. Their fastest lap is 1:21.01, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Looks like a solid race so far. Hingham McCringleberry is driving a 2003 Spiker C8 Laviolette, same as me and a few others. Looks like he's slightly off the pace, currently in 14th place. Not much action around him, so he might be settling in for a quiet run. Wow, Singoshi took the win. Looks like someone was just holding back all along. Congratulations on the victory! Wow, congratulations to Singoshi for taking the win! That was some impressive driving. Now, as for the winners, Lian Yishin managed to overtake more cars than anyone else. Lian, you can claim the sleek 23 Spiker C8 Laviolette. Looks like all that overtaking paid off. Sure thing. The 2005 Mercedes SLR was actually inspired by the famous Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR race car from the 1950s. It's like a modern superhero version of a vintage racing legend, packed with enough power to make you forget about traffic altogether. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down to choose your favorite car. Make your pick before it's too late or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Hurry up, or you'll miss out on all the high-speed chaos. Well, this is quite the matchup. Penske Motorsport on a 2019 IPS Kuruma versus me in a 1998 Lotus Tiga Esprit. If you ask me, the newer Kuruma should have the advantage in terms of technology and speed. But hey, my classic Lotus might surprise us all with some vintage charm. And who knows, maybe a bit of unpredictable racing flair. Honestly, I'd lean toward Penske's modern setup taking the lead. But don't count out the old-school charm making a surprise appearance. This race could go either way, so I'm just here for the fun. Alright folks, the race is about to kick off at Capone Raceway. Leanne Yashishin is starting on pole in a 2022 McLaren Elva. Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild ride. Captain Canadian has shot to the front, holding the lead. Leanne Yashin is right behind in second place. Hingle McCringleberry is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Leanne Yashin and Captain Canadian are neck and neck for the lead. Ixajax is climbing fast, now in third place. Skozer Obs is making moves up 2 spots to 6. Skozer Obs and Hingle McCringleberry are trading paint for 5th place. Dave Factor is climbing to 3rd place. Dave Factor and Leanne Yashin are nose-to-nose for 2nd. Penske Motorsport is advancing 2 spots to 12. Bees McGee is driving a 2019 IPS Kuruma. They're currently in 11th place, so they're holding steady but not quite making moves yet. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 11th place. Luckyboard and Penske Motorsport are nose-to-nose, fighting for that 11th spot. Skozer Ups is climbing to 5th place. Amin San is now in 7th. Nyalato Tep 988 and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 17th. Dave Factor and Leanne Yashin are nose-to-tail for 2nd place. Bees McGee is climbing up to 9th. Penske Motorsport and Ug Sophie are locked in a close fight for 10th. Amy is driving a 2022 McLaren Elva, currently in 8th place. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite breaking away from the pack. Amin San and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for 6th place. Pippi Langstrom just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th. The track seems to favor the hypercars with top speed and agility, but the lead cars are still bunched up, so it's all about who can handle the curves better. Jonas Gottlieb is driving a 2020 Porsche 935. They're currently in the middle of the pack, but haven't set a fastest lap yet. Looks like a steady but unremarkable race so far. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Amy is now 7th, inching closer to the top. Bees McGee is right behind in 8th. Okswahi is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Skozer Ups is gaining on Ixajax, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Bees McGee and Amy are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Dave Factor is really closing in on Leanne Yashin, now just 1 second behind. Bees McGee is climbing up to 7th place, making some moves. The track's tight corners and high-speed straights seem to favor the hypercars with better handling and acceleration. The car class keeps the competition close, but those with more agility are pulling ahead. Bees McGee just overtook someone to move up to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Bees McGee are nose-to-nose for that position. Pippi Langstrumpf and Wolfelife are also locked in a close fight for 15. Bees McGee is closing in on Skozer Orbs, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Jonas Gottlieb is climbing 1 spot to 12th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is also moving up 1 spot to 15. Nyalto Tep 98 is racing a 2005 Mercedes SLR, a classic that's holding steady in 19th place. Looks like they're not making much noise but staying consistent. Wow! Captain Canadian just took the checkered flag. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Congratulations on the win. Whoa! Congratulations to Captain Canadian. You absolutely crushed that race. Great job out there. And a big shout out to Penske Motorsport for winning that bet race. You've earned yourself a 2019 IPS Kuruma. Nice work claiming that beast. Keep racing, everyone. Sure thing. Here's a fun fact for you. The prototype's 1970 racing car class was basically the Wild West of the racing world. They were built for speed and endurance with a dash of let's see what this baby can do. These cars often had innovative designs, and sometimes pretty questionable aerodynamics just to gain that edge. It was a time when rules were a bit more, let's call it, experimental. Which means the cars were more like rolling science experiments than polished machines. So pretty much, it was the perfect playground for inventors and daredevils alike. Hey there, Deplorable Apple. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return. Hope you've been missing the AI race chaos because it's about to get even more intense. Sit back and enjoy the turbocharged fun. Alright. So we have Pippi Langstrumpf and Deplorably Apple going head-to-head on Surfer's Paradise. Both cars are vintage Ferrari beasts, so this is more a battle of style, and perhaps some algorithmic luck than cutting-edge tech. The 512s versus the 512 AD. The M is known for being a bit more refined, but the 512s has that raw, unfiltered racing spirit. Honestly, it's a close call. I'd lean slightly toward Pippi, mostly because the 512's aggressive nature might give it an edge in those tight corners. But then again, the 512M is more balanced. Should be a fun race to watch and see which vintage Ferrari truly reigns supreme. Alright folks, racing has kicked off at Surfers Paradise. Amy's on pole in a classic 1970 Ferrari 512. So let's see if she can hold that lead, or if the vintage charm can't keep up today. Amy is leading the race right out of the gate. Life is holding second place, trying to keep up. Smurf20 is in third, but I bet they're already eyeing those leaders. Deplorable is climbing fast and now in sixth place. Lian Yashin and Deplorable are nose to nose for sixth. LN 656 is making a move, now in 13th. New for Life is holding a slim lead over Amy at the front. Yaxinda Box just overtook someone and is now in the 13th place. Smurf20 is climbing up to second place. Pippi Langstrom is also moving up to 7th. Lian Yashin and Pippi are nose to nose for 7th. The tight corners at Surfers Paradise are definitely shaking up the order, with some drivers struggling to hold their positions while others are making bold moves. Stephen Brinkley's racing a 1968 Dodge Dart and currently sits in 10th place. Looks like he's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Penske Motorsport is in third place with a 1971 Ferrari 512M. They're holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. Looks like a quiet race for now. Maya is currently in fifth place with a 1969 Lola T70 Mark Moriadore. The race looks tight with some close competition, but no overtakes yet. New for Life just overtook someone and is now in fourth place. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Emerald Tick 398 is racing a 1969 AMC Javelin Toy. They're racing steady in 12th place with no major moves or overtakes so far. The tight corners at Surfers Paradise are definitely shaking up the order, with some drivers struggling to hold their lines while others are making bold moves. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 5th place. Ingle McCringleberry is now in 7th. Lian Yasishin has moved into 8th. Stephen Brinkley just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Waldo also moved up 1 spot into 10th. Emerald Tick 398 is climbing as well, now in 11th. Looks like some steady progress. Maya is closing in on Alan 656 now. The gap's shrinking fast. Laricel is right behind Maya and gaining ground. Waldo is driving a vintage AMC Javelin, starting from the 11th position. Their race seems to be at a standstill with no lap time recorded, so it looks like they haven't made any progress or just holding position. Jackson Davox is racing a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro, currently in 13th place. Their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes 10 seconds. Looks like a steady race that they might want to pick up the pace if they want to move up. Hingle McCringleberry and Deplorably Apple are neck and neck for 6th place. Emerald Take 398 is closing in on Waldo, cutting the gap by a second and a third. Emerald Take 398 and Waldo are also fighting for 10th place. Maya is climbing up to the 10th place. Leah Rizal is chipping away at Alan 656's lead, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Amy for winning the race. You really pushed that car to the limit. And hey, Amy also snagged the fastest lap, so she can claim the classic 1970 Ferrari 512's Pippi Langstrom. Congratulations on winning the bet race too. You both clearly know how to race in style. Who's ready for more? Sure. Did you know that the 2000 Audi A4 B5 was one of the first cars to offer the Quattro all-wheel drive system as a standard feature? It made the car pretty much unbeatable in the snow and rain, giving its drivers a little extra confidence to take on the slippery roads. Plus, its sleek design and sporty handling made it a favorite among enthusiasts for years. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it before the countdown ends. Don't let your dream car slip away just because you waited too long. Hurry up and make your pick so you don't miss out on all the racing action. Alright, this is an interesting matchup. On one side we have Pippi Langstrom driving a 24 Toyota Corolla, which is known for being reliable and practical, but not exactly a speed demon. On the other side, Hingle McCringleberry is behind a 2016 Mini Cooper Cup, which is a bit sportier and more agile. Given that this is a LEGO Speed Champions race, we're not talking about real-world power, but the car's characteristics still matter. I'd bet that the Mini Cooper might have the edge in agility and quickness around corners, making it a favorite for a close race. But let's not forget the power of the underdog. The Corolla has that steady, no-nonsense vibe that could surprise us if it gets a good start. My money's on Hingle McCringleberry and the Mini Cooper to take this one. But don't be shocked if Pippi Langstrumpf pulls a clever move and surprises us all. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the LEGO Speed Champions track, and Liam Yashin is starting on pole driving a 2004 Toyota Corolla. Looks like she's got a solid start. Let's see if she can hold that lead. Beyond Dark Souls has taken an early lead. Liam Yashin is holding second place just ahead of Pippi Langstrumpf. Looks like a close battle already. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move up to third place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Hingle are nose to nose for that third spot. Penske Motorsport is climbing to fifth place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to third place. Amy is also gaining ground, now in fifth. Penske Motorsport and Amy are nose to tail fighting for that fifth spot. Silver Gaming is climbing up to 8th place. Wrestling 567 and Silver Key Gaming are nose to nose for that spot. Frankenbells is sneaking into 10th, inching closer. Silver Gaming is driving a 2010 Opel Corsa S 2000. They're holding steady in 8th place. But the race looks tight with a lot of cars close behind. Amin is driving a 2014 BMW M235 iRacing. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Frankenbuzz is climbing up one spot to 9th place. Wrestling 567 and Frankenballs are nose to nose, fighting for that 9th spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is driving a 2004 Toyota Corolla. They're holding on to third place, so they're doing pretty well so far. The TCA cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track seems to favor smaller, nimble cars like the Mini Cooper and Toyota Corolla. The Jetta's hanging in there, but it's a tight race with no clear dominance yet. Beyond Two Dark Souls is leading in a 2019 Ford Focus ST. Looks like they're holding steady at the front, probably enjoying a comfortable gap. No sign of trouble so far. Frankenbots and Silver Gaming are nose to nose for 8th place. Maya just climbed one spot to 14. Looks like the race is heating up. Pippi Langstrumpf is holding a solid third, but Hingle McCringleberry is right behind in 4th, so the fight is on. Expect some overtakes soon. Rex Nonstop is driving a 2006 Peugeot 308. They're currently in 7th place and seem to be holding steady, but they're a bit behind the leaders. Rex Nonstop is driving a 2006 Peugeot 308, and they are currently in 7th place. Their fastest lap is 1:31:30.46. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite enough to challenge the top. Hingle McCringleberry is in a 2016 Mini Cooper Cup. Looks like he's struggling a bit with the pace, currently in 4th place and a bit behind the leaders. New for Life is driving a 2010 Seat Leon TDI. They're currently in the 13th place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, trailing behind the leaders by quite a margin. Pippi Langstrumpf is holding a slim lead over Hingle McCringleberry. Hingle's got a slower fastest lap so far. Nice. Looks like Pippi might just keep that position unless Hingle pulls a surprise. Lian Yashin is leading the race in a 24 Toyota Corolla. She's been quick and consistent, holding the top spot since the start. Looks like she's got a solid grip on this race. Lian Yashin has just claimed the top spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved into 3rd. The race is heating up at the front. Beyond Fu Dark Souls is dropping back to 15th place. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 6th. Frankenbuzz is moving up to 7th. Congratulations, Lian Yashin. You really sped past the competition and claimed the top spot. Well done on your victory. Wow. Lian Yashin just took the checkered flag. Big congratulations to them. That was a solid race. And Pippi Langstrumpf is the lucky winner of the bet race, so they get to claim a 2004 Toyota Corolla. Nice haul! Looks like this race was full of surprises today. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Grindelwald Long looks like a twisty and scenic route that would test a car's ability to stick to the road and handle sharp turns efficiently. Speed is important, but the real star here would be a car that can maneuver smoothly through those curves without losing control. A balanced setup with good grip and precise steering would likely shine in this kind of race. Alright, so we've got Lian in a 2008 Ford Falcon FG and Amy in a 2019 Ford Mustang racing on Grindelwald Long. Now, the Mustang is definitely more recent and sportier, so on paper, it sounds like Amy has the advantage. But we know how these races can be unpredictable sometimes with AI drivers, so I wouldn't count Lian out just yet. It really comes down to how well each AI handles the curves and overtakes. My money's on the Mustang because of its more modern design and likely better handling. But hey, never underestimate the classic charm of a Falcon. Who do you guys think will come out on top? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Grindelwald Long Track with New for Life on pole in the 2015 Ford Falcon FGX. Let's see if they can hold that lead or if the AI action will shake things up. Penske Motorsport has shot out in front, leading the pack. New for Life is hanging tight in second place, and right behind it's Maya in third, trying to keep up with the leaders. Maya just overtook for second place. New for Life and Maya are still nose to nose. Velocitor 14 is climbing to 7th. Jonas Gottlieb is climbing up to 7th place. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is also moving up to 9th. Idiliv and Iron Crosser Wooden Cross are nose to tail for 9th place. Rumi Fist 13 is climbing to 11th place. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on Frogsworth, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. The V8 supercars are holding their ground with a mix of older and newer models, showing the class's consistency. The track likely favors power and handling, but no clear dominance yet. The V8 supercars are holding their ground with a tight pack, so the track seems well suited for their power and handling. No clear advantage yet, but expect some overtakes as the race heats up. New for Life is driving a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX. They're currently in second place and seem to be holding a steady pace, not making any big moves but staying comfortably in the top. Hippie Langstrom is driving a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX. They're holding the 6th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any big moves, but staying in the mix. Cherokee the Kitten is driving a 28 Ford Falcon FG. They're currently in 4th place, so they're holding a solid position but not quite at the front yet. Maya is in second place driving a 2013 Nissan Altima. Looks like she's holding her position well, but no signs of overtaking the leader yet. Hippie Langstrom is climbing to 5th place. Jonas Gottlieb is now 6th. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is making a move to 7th. Looks like the race is heating up. La Croissant 1980 is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Ingo McCringleberry is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to land in 12th place. Idiliv is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 8th place. Betsmar is climbing nicely to 13th place. Amy is also making moves to 14th place. Lian Yasin is advancing to 16th place. Looks like a little race for the middle of the pack. Idiliv is driving a 2019 Ford Mustang. Their race looks pretty rough with the slowest lap time so far. Jonas Gottlieb just overtook someone to climb into 5th place. Hippie Langstrom is right behind, so this battle for 5th is heating up. Iron Cross, a wooden cross, is climbing up to 6th place. La Croissant 1980 is now in 9th. Looks like some strategic moves happening. The V8 Supercars class is keeping the race tight with close lap times, but the track's long straights favor cars with higher top speeds, like the Nissan Altimas. Penske Motorsport is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like they're in control unless something dramatic happens. The track's long and technical nature is favoring the top contenders, who are maintaining consistent lap times, while the slower cars are struggling to keep up. Congratulations to Penske Motorsport on their victory. Looks like they really know how to steer to the top. Well done. Wow, what a fantastic race! Huge congratulations to Penske Motorsport for taking home the win. Truly impressive driving there. And a big shout out to Amy for winning the bet race. You get yourself a 2019 Ford Mustang. I hope you're ready to unleash some V8 power. Ingo McCringleberry, you did an amazing job with overtakes today, so you can claim a 2013 Nissan Altima. Looks like your aggressive driving paid off. Thanks to everyone for tuning in and making this race so exciting. Stay tuned for more AI car chaos. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. Make your choices quick or you're going to be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. No pressure, but your car might be the one that's totally not suited for racing. Hurry up! Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. EHV with that classic Honda 800RC is definitely bringing some historic flair to the race. But let's be honest, that car's reputation for handling might be a little quaint for Felbergring. On the other hand, Ingo McCringleberry, with the Puma GTE from 1979, might have a bit more power under the hood. But will it be enough to outmaneuver the smaller, lighter Honda? My guess is that the Puma GTE might have a slight edge on raw speed, but the race could come down to who handles those tricky turns better. I say overall Hingle might just squeak out a win, but it's going to be close. Let's see if vintage charm can beat mid-modern muscle today. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Feldbergring. Yakiramen is leading in Group 1, driving a classic 1979 Puma GTE from pole position Dorich. Let's see if that vintage ride can hold off the new tech. Yakiramen has shot to the front, leading the pack. Buzz Zemek Intwil 183 is right behind in second, and Elicitone 1095 is holding on to third. Looks like a spicy start so far. Buzz Zemek Vintwi 3 is now in the lead, claiming first place. Lian Yashin has climbed to third, and I am inching my way up to 8th. Just a little more effort needed. Caffeinated Car is climbing up to 4th place. Cthulhukachu has also gained a spot and is now in 6th. Indus Platinum and Cthulhukachu are nose to nose for the 6th spot. Maya just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Indus Platinum is holding strong in that tight battle for 7. Stephen Brinkley is climbing up to 11th, making some moves. Indus Platinum is climbing to 7th place. Beatet Guerdo is now 9th. Telescope Byman has moved up to 11th. Telescope Byman DCKBZ Ogurds are nose to nose for 10th. Lian Yashin is climbing to 2nd place. Ilizitone 1095 and Caffeinated Car are neck and neck for 4th. Imbus Platinum is closing in on Cthulhukachu, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Titus 61 is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 20. Now Pinkwolf is doing the same, sneaking past 3 cars to 22. Imbus Platinum just nudged 1 spot forward to 6th. Caffeinated Car is gaining on Yakiramen, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Nyaya and Cthulhukachu are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. The Chaotic Guerdo and DCKB Zerogers are battling it out for 9th. Dingoshi is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 7. Ihave Exema is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 16th. Caffeinated Car is creeping up 1 spot to 3rd. Ilitsatona 1095 is gaining on Yakiramen, closing the gap by over a second and a half. DCKK Big Zerogertz is closing in on me, reducing the distance by just over a second. The Chaotic Weirdo has moved up 1 spot and is now in 11th place. Buchicero just blitzed through the field to take the lead. Balsamic Int 183 is hanging close, ready to pounce. Titus 61 is climbing steadily, now in 17th. Titus 61 and Ihivixema are nose to nose for 16th. Balsamic Vinfu 183 and Buchicero are nose to nose for first place. Singoshi is chipping away at Imjas Platinum's lead, closing in by a second and a half. Sputnik NZ and Belesko Bayern are locked in a close fight for the 14th spot. Balsamic Vintu 183 and Buchicero are nose to tail for the lead. Titus 61 is climbing up to 15th place. Titus 61 and Belesko Bayern are locked in a close fight for 14. Titus 61 is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Mar Pink Wolf is also making moves, jumping 4 spots to 15. DCKPT Rogerts is having a tough time, dropping 6 positions to 16. Congratulations to Balsamic Vintu 183 for winning the race. Looks like they really knew how to steer to victory. Well done. Wow! Balsamic Vintu 183 really pulled off an impressive win. Great job dominating that race. Looks like they've got some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just I. Congrats on the victory. Actually, it's a little tricky because the Lamborghini Aventador didn't come out in 2011. It was officially launched in 2011, but the first model started hitting the streets in 2012. But here's a fun fact about the Aventador in general. It's powered by a 6.5-liter V12 engine and can accelerate from 0 to 60 in just about 2.9 seconds. Basically, it's like a rocket on 4 wheels without the spacesuit. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get your choices in. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you waited till the last second. Hurry up and make your pick before it's too late. Alright, so we have Hingle McCringleberry in a vintage TVR Tuscan S versus Lian Yashin in a modern McLaren Senna. If we're talking purest speed and tech, the McLaren should have the edge. But you never know with AI driving. Sometimes the old school charm of the TVR can surprise us. Still, I'd put my chips on Lian and her sleek supercar to take the win. But hey, stranger things have happened, especially with AI behind the wheel. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Camino Viejo de Montserrat on the Iberian International Circuit. Pippi Langstrup is on pole, steering that 2018 McLaren Senna like she owns the track. Let's see if she can hold that lead or if the others have a trick up their sleeves. Pippi Langstrup is leading the race, and Body Notes is right behind in second, and Buboti is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. Amy is now in third place. Maya has climbed to fifth. Lian Yashin is in seventh. The battle for sixth is heating up between Lian Yashin and Hingle McCringleberry. The track's tight corners and long straights are making overtakes tricky, so expect some strategic moves rather than pure speed. Body Notes is closing in on Pippi Langstrup and has gained 2.3 seconds. They are in a close fight for the lead. Maya is holding steady in 8th place. Amy just overtook someone to take second. Lian Yashin is climbing to 6th. Oh man, the race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry's car is a 2001 TVR Tuscan S, known for its lightweight design and raw power. Looks like they're holding steady in 8th place, not making any major moves but staying in the mix. Lian Yashin is driving a 2018 McLaren Senna. She's currently in 7th place, trying to catch up but not quite there yet. Maya is closing in on Buboti, cutting the gap down by 1/4 seconds. They are nose to tail in a fierce fight for 4th place. Lian Yashin has moved up to 5th place. Penske Motorsport is closing the gap on me by just over a second. Lian Yashin just climbed to 4th place. She's closing in on Body Notes for 3rd. New for Life is up to 8th, but he's got Penske Motorsport breathing down his neck for 7th. Maya and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move, climbing up to 8th. Looks like things are heating up behind the leaders. Lian Yashin and N Body Notes are nose to tail for third place. Penske Motorsport is climbing fast, now in fifth. Bubute and Penske Motorsport are locked in a close fight for fifth. Pippi Langstrup is leading the race in a 2018 McLaren Senna. That car is known for its incredible speed and handling. Looks like they're holding on to the lead pretty well so far. Amy's clearly pushing hard, but with the second place and fastest lap, he's got a shot if he keeps the pressure on. Amy is driving a 2018 McLaren Senna, starting from third and currently holding second. She's close behind Pippi Langstrup, but not quite close enough to challenge it. Looks like she's playing it safe for now. Ingo McCringleberry is driving a 20,001 TVR Tuscan S, which is known for its lightweight design and raw power. Looks like they're struggling a bit today, sitting in 9th place and running the slowest lap of the group. Well, look at that! Pippi Langstrup just took the victory. Guess all those adventures paid off on the track. Wow, Pippi Langstrup really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations to them for crossing that finish line first. Now Lian Yashin, you've earned the fastest lap, so you get to claim that beautiful 2018 McLaren Senna. Nice job! I'd say this race just keeps getting more exciting. Oh, the 2017 Ferrari SH70H. What a beast! Fun fact is that this car was actually a special build for racing purposes, and isn't a common street model. It was designed to showcase Ferrari's engineering prowess and endurance racing, and has some seriously advanced aerodynamic. Basically, it's like the superhero of Ferrari race cars, fast, fierce, and a little mysterious. Alright, we've got Archer 192 in a 2017 Toro Rosso STR 12 and Mafia Mavi in a 2017 Force India V JM10. Both of these cars are pretty similar in terms of agility and speed, but the Toro Rosso has a slight edge in maneuverability and handling. The Force India is known for its steady performance and reliability, but in a race, agility often wins over consistency. If I had to put my chips on one, I'd say Archer 192's car might just have the extra zip to pull ahead, especially on a track like Capone Raceway, which rewards quick reflexes and sharp turns. But hey, with AI drivers, you never know. Sometimes the underdog surprises us all. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Acapona Raceway, and Dr. Monkey 13 is on pole in the sleek 2017 Mercedes-AMG F1W AEQ. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead, or if chaos is about to ensue. Stephen Brinkley has taken an early lead. Dr. Monkey 13 is right behind in second, and Archer 192 is holding on to third. Looks like a close fight already. Dr. Monkey 13 is holding on to the lead with Stephen Brinkley right behind them. Lethal Cop and Lux Ravenous are nose to tail for 6th place. Dr. Monkey 13 takes the lead, claiming first place. Acheron 92 climbs to second. Tariq Lethal Cop advances 2 spots, now in 5th. Mafia Mavi is dropping like a stone, now in 20th place. Move for Life is climbing steadily to 7th. Lian Yeshin is also moving up, now 8th. Mafia Mavi is really closing in on Beam Streams. Looks like a battle is brewing. Penske Motorsport is climbing up the field now in the 18th place. Pippi Langstrom and Stephen Brinkley are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Lethal Cop and Pippi are also close for 4th. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 17th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 3rd place. Lethal Cop and Stephen Brinkley are nose-to-nose for 4th. I am advancing to 9th, just behind the pack. Lux Ravenous is really having a rough time, dropping 9 spots to 19. Lethal Cop is climbing steadily to 4th. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is making a move up to 9th. Unknown Tactics is climbing to 14th place. Bean Streams is narrowing the gap to Amy by 1.3 seconds. Mafia Mavi is advancing to 19th place. Bean Streams is driving a Force India VJN10 and is currently in 19th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:12.446, which is pretty solid but not enough to climb higher. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Archer Rona 92 is narrowing the gap on Dr. Monkey 13 by 1.2 seconds. Stephen Brinkley has climbed 1 spot to take 4th place. Ingle McCringleberry has also moved up 1 spot to 5th. Ingle McCringleberry is driving a Mercedes-AMG F1W AEQ and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is just over a minute and 8 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Dr. Monkey 13 is leading the race in the Mercedes-AMG F1W08 EQ. Their fastest lap is a 17.869, which is the quickest so far. Looks like they're comfortably in front and setting the pace. Move for Life is currently in 8th place, driving a Renault RS17. Their fastest lap is a quick one, 7.825, so they're pushing hard. Looks like they're making moves and staying competitive. Pippi Langstrumpf is driving a Mercedes-AMG F1W8 EQ. They started in 5th and are currently in 3rd, so they're making some moves. Their fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leader, so they're holding a decent pace. Maya is currently in 10th place with a fastest lap of 17.402. Her Ferrari seems to be holding up well, but she's got some work to do to catch the leaders. Wow! Dr. Monkey 13 took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Nice job! Congratulations to Dr. Monkey 13 for winning the race. Well done on that victory, you really drove like a champion today. And a big shout out to Maya for grabbing the fastest lap. You get to claim the shiny 2017 Ferrari SH70H, a true beauty from F2017. Lian Yashin, you rocked the overtakes today. You can now claim the 2017 Toro Rosso ST R12. A fantastic car for some fierce racing ahead. Great performances all around, folks. Stay tuned for the next exciting round. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown is almost over, and we don't want anyone to miss out on choosing their ride for this race. So hurry up and make your selection before it's too late. Ooh! This is a classic showdown between two Audis with quite the age difference. Nonstop Tep 988's 2009 Audi R15 TDI is a sleek endurance race car, built for stamina and handling on long track. The Grand Enchanter's 22 Audi R8 is more of a sporty high-performance machine, but it's a bit older, and might lack some of the modern tech that can make a difference here. Given that Circuit Gilles Villeneuve retro favors quick, tight corners and precision, I'd lean toward the more recent R15. Plus, the TDI engine's torque might give Nonstop Tep 98 an edge on acceleration and stability. The Grand Enchanter's rate is impressive, but may struggle a tad with the agility needed to outmaneuver the R15. So, my bet is on Nonstop Tep 98 to cross the finish line first. But hey, never underestimate the old but gold V8 charm of that 2002 rate. Alright folks, the race is underway at the legendary circuit Gilles Villeneuve Retro. Leading the pack in the LMP 900 class is Amundsen, cruising on pole with a classic 2002 Audi R8 Doi. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold the lead. Amin-san has shot off the line to take the lead, with Len Yoshin right behind in second place. Nyalito Tep 98 is holding steady in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spot already. Magrantanshanta is now in third place. Penske Motorsport is in fifth. And I moving up to sixth. Looks like a tight battle behind the leaders. Tyler is driving a 2016 BMW M6 GT LM. They're currently in the middle of the pack, 4 places behind the leader. Looks like a steady race so far, no major drama. Autumn Thunderbird is racing a 2017 Porsche 911 RSR. They're holding steady in 11th place. Not exactly setting the world on fire, but staying in the mix. Vagrantanshanta is now in second place. Nyarlathotep 98 and Len Yoshin are still battling hard for third. Skozarobs has climbed to 12. Vagrantanshanta is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 1 second. Scorched Log and Caffeinated Car are locked in a close fight for the 16th spot. Hingelma Kringleberry is driving a 2000 Ferrari F333 SP. They started in 9th place and are currently in 11th, so they've dropped a couple of spots but are still hanging in the top half. Sassator is driving a 2012 Aston Martin Vantage GTE. They're currently in the 15th place, just ahead of the last few GTE racers. Looks like a steady race, but no major moves yet. Vagrantanshanta has taken the lead, moving up to first place. Penske Motorsport is also climbing, now in fourth. The race for third is heating up with Penske Motorsport and Len Yoshin battling it out closely. Nyalato Tep 988 is climbing up to 4th place. Amy and New 4 Life are neck and neck for 8. Scorched Log is advancing to 16th. Scorched Log and Willow Shrub are battling for 15. Amundsen is really having a rough time dropping down to 20. Len Yoshin is climbing up to 2nd place. Nyalato Tep 988 is also making moves into 3rd. Amy is gaining on Pippi Langstrup with a quick burst of speed. Willow Shrub is inching closer to Zassater, closing the gap steadily. New for Life is currently in 8th place with a 2004 Ford Doran JE4. Their fastest lap is 1:45.345, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like they're just cruising along. Penske Motorsport is currently in 4th place with a 2009 Peugeot 908 a P. They've been steadily climbing, but their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like they're playing it safe rather than pushing for the win. The Enchanter is leading the race in a 2002 Audi R8 from the LMP 900 class. They've set the fastest lap so far and seem to be comfortably ahead. Looks like smooth sailing for now. Dorog is driving a 2020 Chevrolet Corvette C8R. They're currently in 18th place, hanging around the middle of the pack with a decent lap time. Looks like they're just trying to stay out of trouble. Hinkle and McCringleberry and New for Life are battling for 8th place. Willow Shrub is closing in on Zassature, now just 1.8 seconds behind. Amin Sun is gaining on Hen Fatig, cutting the gap to 1.6 seconds. Scosser Ops is driving a 2015 Ferrari 488 GT. They're currently in 12th place and have a pretty decent lap time, but they're a bit behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race for now. Congratulations to the Enchanter on winning the race at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve Retro. Looks like someone was in top form today. Well done! Wow! The Enchanter really pulled off a legendary feat right there. They managed to win the race, set the fastest lap, and overtake everyone on the track. That's like winning 3 trophies in one race. Congrats to them for truly showing off some serious skills. This is definitely one for the history books. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd go with the 1978 Porsche 935 78. It's known for its incredible speed and agility on racing circuits, and I'd imagine it would excel on the Grindelwald long layout. The other cars are interesting, but that Porsche has a reputation for dominating endurance races and high-speed pursuits. It's probably going to leave the rest of the pack in the dust, or at least make them work really hard to catch up. Alright everyone. The clock is ticking down to choose your favorite car for the race. Make your picks now before it's too late and we miss out on all the fun. Don't let your car dreams slip away. Hey Wayne Train 984, welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you're back for some high-speed AI racing action. Get ready for some seriously intense car battles. Alright, we got Hingle McCringleberry in a classic Greenwood Corvette GTX and Wayne Train 94 in a turbocharged Lancia Stratos. Both are iconic, but very different beasts. The Corvette GTS is known for its raw power and American muscle, which could give it an edge in straight-line speed. Meanwhile, the Lancia Stratos Turbo is a rally legend, lightweight and nimble, probably better on tighter curves. If the race is long and straightforward, I'd lean toward Hingle McCringleberry's Corvette pulling ahead. But if this is a twisty technical course, Wayne Train94's Lancia might sneak into the lead. I'd say, for this track, I'm betting on the turbocharged rally icon to take the win. But don't be surprised if the Corvette puts up a fierce fight. Let's see how these vintage machines perform. Alright everyone, we're kicking things off at the Grindelwald long track with Group 5 cars. Lian Yashin, on pole, in a classic 1977 BMW 320 U21 Turbo.T1. Let's see if that vintage vibe can outrun the modern madness. Lian Yashin has taken an early lead with Amy right behind her in second place. Amin-san is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Rosie Goldgaming is charging forward, overtaking 3 cars to reach 8th place. New for Life is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to sit in 6th. Wayne Train94 and Rosie Goldgaming are nose to tail, battling hard for 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is on a tear, now in first place after overtaking 9 cars. Senar Savage is closing in fast, moving up 10 spots to take second. Lian Yashin and Senar Savage are nose to tail, fighting hard for second place. Lian Yashin just gained 1 spot and is now in second place. Lian Yashin and Senar Savage are nose-to-nose fighting for the lead. Amy is also climbing up 1 spot and is now in third place. Lian Yashin and Senar Savage are neck and neck for first place. Lux Ravenous is climbing up to 10th place. Rosie Goldgaming and Lux Ravenous are fighting for the 10th spot. Lian Yashin and Senar Savage are nose-to-nose at the front. Wayne Train94 and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Dylan Fox 213 is inching closer to Girl of Diamond, closing the gap by just over a second. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Silent Fox 213, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Lian Yashin has just taken the lead, claiming the top spot. Amy is also on the move, climbing up to second place. Lian Yashin is holding on to the lead with Amy right behind her. Wayne Train94 just overtook someone to climb into 7th place. Lux Ravenous is making a move, now in 9th. Maya is holding steady in 4th place just behind Penske Motorsport. The race is heating up with Amy taking the lead and Aminison right behind her. Penske Motorsport is closing in on the top 2, so expect some action soon. Wayne Train94 is closing in on Maya fast enough to make it interesting. Joey Pastrami is climbing 2 spots to 9th place. Girl of Diamond is also on the move, grabbing the 10th spot. Rosigot Gaming is on a roll, climbing 6 places to 8. Dylan Fox, 113, is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 14. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Lian Yashin, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Lux Ravenous is climbing to 8th place. Joey Pastrami is now 9th. Gerlof Diamant has moved into 10th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. H2 Hove and Cap Holster are nose to nose for 11th place. Silent Fox 213 is inching up to 12. Lian Yashin is also climbing, now in 15. Amy is comfortably leading, and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control unless he decides to take it easy. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Wayne Trin and 84 also moving up 1 spot into 4th. Lian Yashin is closing the gap on Silent Fox to 113 by 1.6 seconds, so expect some action soon. Penske Motorsport has surged to 1st place after overtaking 4 cars. Amy and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail in a fierce fight for the lead. New for Life is closing the gap on Wayne Trin 94 by almost 2 seconds, so keep an eye on that. Wow, Amy, you really outpaced everyone else. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Amy really dominated that race. Great job! And congratulations to Wayne Trin 84. Not only did you snag the fastest lap, but you also won the race and made the most overtakes. You're definitely earning that 1977 Lancia Stratos Turbo. Looks like you're on a roll today. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1967 Ferrari 312. It's got that legendary racing pedigree, and a bit more horsepower under the hood compared to some of the others. Plus, with a race on Deep Forest Raceway, which I imagine has a good mix of sharp turns and straightaways, the Ferrari's balance and speed should give it a nice edge. But hey, in a race like this, who knows? Maybe the Eagle or the Lotus might surprise us with their handling. Alright, this is a classic battle of two vintage beauties. The Cooper T81B is known for its nimbleness, especially on twisty tracks like Deep Forest Raceway. It's a tiny, quick little thing that can weave through traffic like a snake. On the other hand, the Eagle Mark 1T1G has a reputation for solid stability and maybe a bit more power. Though, it might hold steady and push hard on the straights. Honestly, I'd give a slight edge to Leanne with the Cooper, given how well those little cars handle tight corners. But if Starbex's Eagle can stay smooth and take advantage of any straight stretch, it could surprise us. It's really a race of agility versus raw power, and I can't wait to see who ends up crossing that finish line first. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Deep Forest Raceway, and leading the pack is Lian Yoshin in her classic 1967 Cooper T81B. She's got the pole position, so let's see if she can hold on to that lead. Lian Yashin has taken the lead right out of the gate. Starbex is hot on her heels in second place. Abigail Killens is currently holding on to third, but expects some fireworks soon. Abigail Killens is climbing up to second place. Starbex and Abigail Killens are nose to nose for that second spot. New for Life is making a move to fifth place. Amingsan is climbing fast to take second place. New for Life and Starbex are locked in a close fight for fourth. Bill Theold Guy is gaining ground to reach eighth. Bill Theold Guy and Pippi Langstrom are battling it out for seventh. New for Life just overtook someone to take fourth place. Maya is climbing up to eighth. Brando Booster is now in 12th. Bacon is climbing up to 9th place. Double is also moving up to 13th. Amy and Double are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Hingle Kringleberry is climbing nicely into 4th place. Looks like he's got some momentum. Amy and Double are nose to nose for 13th. That's a close one. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Lotus 49, a classic F1 car known for its innovative design. They're currently in 4th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya has just overtaken someone to move into 7th place. Brando Booster has gained 2 spots and is now in 10th. Both the Old Guy and Brando Buster are nose to tail for the 10th spot. Looks like a close fight. Maya here. Amy is closing in fast on Penske Motorsport and has cut the gap by nearly 12 seconds. Brando Buster has gained 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 3rd place, inching closer to the top 3. Stabbygail Killams and Hingle are still neck and neck for 3rd. I am catching up to Starbex, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by a 2nd. New for Life is inching closer to Stabbygail Killams, reducing the distance by just over a 2nd. Brando Buster is climbing up to 8th place, making a nice move forward. Filthy Old Guy is now in 9th place. Penske Motorsport is closing in on double, and has cut the gap by over a 2nd. Amundsen is driving a 1967 Honda R, a 300, known for its lightweight design and sharp handling. They're currently in 2nd place just behind Leon Yashin. Looks like they're holding steady, but the fastest lap suggests they could push a bit more. Filthy Old Guy is racing a Ferrari 312 from 1967. He's currently in 12th place, a bit behind the leaders but not out of it yet. Amy is currently in 8th place with a Lotus 49. Her best lap is a quick one, 21.27, which is the fastest among all Lotus 49. Looks like she's making some moves but still has some ground to catch up. Leon Yashin and Amundsen are nose to tail for the lead. Filthy Old Guy climbs 2 spots to 9th place. Double advances 1 spot to 11th. Congratulations, Leon. You really showed them how it's done. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow! Big cheers to Leon Yashin for taking the win. That was some impressive driving, honestly. You've earned yourself a shiny new car to add to your collection. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Hingle McCringleberry, congratulations on snagging the fastest lap. You now get to take home the classic 1967 Lotus 49, a true gem from F1 history. And Leon, since you won the race, the 1967 Cooper T81B is all yours. Looks like you're both going home with some vintage racing legends today. Well done, everyone. Sure thing. A fun fact about the Circuito Sagalices track is that it's known for its winding hairpin turns that make even the most confident drivers second-guess their braking skills. It's basically a test of patience and precision, which makes watching these AI cars navigate it surprisingly entertaining. Alright folks, it's an interesting matchup here. Pat Swords is behind the wheel of a 2018 Honda IndyCar, and BioArt is rocking a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Both are solid choices, but the Honda tends to have a bit more agility and a sharper turn-in. BioArt's Chevrolet might have a slight edge in straight-line speed, but it could struggle a bit on the more technical parts of circuitos Galicies. If I had to guess, I'd say Pat Swords' Honda might have the upper hand in this one, especially if they can capitalize on its cornering prowess. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Let's see how the bots perform. Alright folks, Hingle Kringleberry is taking the lead from pole position, cruising on a 2018 Honda IndyCar at Circuitos Galicies. Let's see if he can hold on to that spot or if the AI has other plans. Hingle McCringleberry has taken an early lead. Gary Seventon is holding strong in second, and Pippi Langstrumpf is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a classic front-runner showdown already. Gary Seventon just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Trash Crashton is climbing up to 7th place. BioArt is making a move, now in 8th. Gerloff Diamond just climbed one spot to take 8th place. Gerloff Diamond and Trash Crashton are nose to tail for 7th. BioArt and Gerloff Diamond are also locked in a close fight for 8th. Pat Swords and BioArt are nose to tail for 9th place. I see Maya sneaking up one spot, now in 15th. Captain Canadian is in 4th place driving a Honda IndyCar. Their race looks steady but not spectacular so far, just hanging around the top 5. New for Life just edged ahead of Maya for the 14th spot. Looks like the race for that position is heating up. Gary 710 is leading in a Chevrolet IndyCar, starting from 2nd position. His fastest lap is currently unknown, but he's holding the top spot comfortably. Looks like he's got the pace to stay ahead. Trash Crashton is holding off Big Oldnerd by a car length. BioArt is just ahead of Pat Swords, but only by a nose. Trash Crashton just overtook someone and is now in 6th place. BioArt is also climbing up to 9. Looks like the race is heating up. Big Oldnerd is driving a Honda IndyCar and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is just over a minute and a half, so they're holding a decent pace, but not quite catching the leaders. Big Oldnerd is driving a Honda IndyCar and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is 58.048 seconds, so they're holding a decent pace, but still a bit behind the leaders. Lian Yeshin is in a Honda IndyCar, starting way back in the 14th position. She's gained some ground and is now in 12th, so she's making progress. Trash Crashton is driving a Chevrolet Indy car and is currently in 8th place. They've been steadily climbing up the field and their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like they're making some moves. Wow! Gary 710 just took the victory. Looks like someone was saving their best for last. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Gary 710 on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Now for the exciting part, Lin Yoshin did the most overtakes today. That means she gets to claim the shiny 2018 Honda Indy car. Great job to both of you. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Since the Autosport Speedway short is pretty tight and twisty, a car that can zip around corners quickly without losing too much speed will have the edge. Acceleration is important too because getting out of those tight corners fast can make a big difference. Braking performance is also key to keep sharp turns without overshooting. So, basically, a car that feels nimble and responsive will dominate this race. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The 1963 Agachanian Watson driven by Vagrant Enchanter. Looks like a real classic beauty. Probably gliding through the track with some old school charm. Meanwhile, Katsuma Girl's 1958 Maserati 250F is legendary in racing circles, known for its agility and speed back in its day. If I had to pick, I'd say the Maserati might have a slight edge in raw performance, especially given that the 250F was built for racing and had a reputation for excellent handling. But hey, vintage cars tend to surprise us with their quirks and character. So, either way, it's going to be a fun throwback race to watch unfold. Who do you think will take it? Alright, everyone, the race has just kicked off at Autosport Speedway short track. Our pole sitter is the classic car in the classic Indy Cars class, Yasnin 196, driving a 1960 Scarab Indy. This is going to be a fun one to watch. Yasnin 96 is leading the race, followed by Hingle McCringleberry in second place and Penske Motorsport in third. Looks like a tight start already. Kapiaga just overtook someone to take fourth place. Katsuma Girl and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for third. Team Tanatea has climbed to sixth. Vagrant Enchanter is climbing up to 5th place. Noverlife and Lotuses are locked in a close fight for 8th. Tales of Strilly is making a move up to 10th. Pippi Langstrom is trying to hold her ground against Amy. Amy is closing in. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Pippi is defending fiercely, but Amy is right on her tail. Car 77 is climbing nicely to 13th place. Lord Buttrell is also gaining ground to 15th place. Lord Buttrell and Radazoractiva Vixen are nose to nose for 14th place. Looks like a close fight. Lotusas and Mission Man are nose to nose for 7th place. Car 77 and Crazy Sweetbutt are locked in a close fight for 12. Radazoractiva Vixen and Car 77 are battling it out for 13th. Lotusos and Mission Man are nose to tail for 7th place. Car 77 is climbing up to 12th. Car 77 and Lian Yashin are locked in a close fight for 11th. Car 77 has moved up to 10th place now. Tales of Strilly and Car 77 are still nose to nose for that 9th spot. Papaxi is climbing to 14th place. Mission Man is driving in 1963, Agachanian Watson. They are currently in 7th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya just overtook someone to move into 13th place. Crazy Sweetbutt and Maya are still neck and neck for that position. Kaboomper is climbing up to 18th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing up to 13th place. Radazoractiva Vixen and Papa Casey are nose to nose for 15th. Hingle McRingleberry and Yesnin 196 are neck and neck for the lead. Kaboomper is climbing up to the 17th spot. Lord Buttrell and Kaboomper are fighting hard for 17th position. Hingle McRingleberry and Yesnin 196 are neck and neck for the lead. Tales of Strilly just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th place. New for Life and Tales of Strilly are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Lian Yashin is making a strong push, now in 9th place after passing 3 cars. Radazoractiva Vixen is on a roll, climbing 6 spots to 10th. Lord Buttrell is also gaining ground, overtaking 5 cars to settle into 12th. Zolochadinity 1 just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th place. Papa Cassie and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose to nose for 15th. Kaboomper and Papa Casey are also fighting for 16th. Looks like the battles are heating up. Tales of Strilly is climbing to 6th place. Papa Cassie is now in 15th. Kaboomper has also gained a spot, landing in 16th. Congratulations to Yesnin 196 on winning the race. Looks like they really sped their way to the top. Well done. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry really pulled it off. Congrats on the win, you've earned it. And hey, Penske Motorsport, you snagged the fastest lap, which means you get to claim the 1960 Scarab Indy. Excellent choice. That's a real beauty from the golden era of racing. Great job to everyone, this was a close one. Alright everyone, last chance to pick your favorite car. The clock's ticking down fast, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI masterpiece takes the top spot. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would probably go with the 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. Its sporty heritage and the lightweight build should give it an edge through the tight corners and long straights of the Highlands circuit. The older models like the BMW 318i or the Ford Mondeo might struggle with their weight or less advanced aerodynamics, while the more sedate models like the Nissan Primera or Opel Vectra are probably just happy to be along for the ride. So, in this lineup, the Alfa Romeo 156 GTA has the potential to dominate on what's a pretty demanding circuit. Well, with those choices, it's definitely a battle of nostalgia versus slightly newer nostalgia. The Toyota Carina GTI from 1993 sounds like a classic that might have some charm, but probably not much speed to speak of. On the other hand, the 1996 Vauxhall Vectra might be a bit more modern, but still not exactly a race car. Given the stats, I'd give a slight edge to the Vauxhall just because it's a tad newer, and might have a bit more modern engineering under the hood. However, in this race, it really depends on how the AI treats those old school vehicles. It's a toss-up, but I'd say the Vectra has the edge to take it. Just barely. Let's see how it pans out. I've got my virtual popcorn ready. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Highlands Motorsport Park Long Track. The car class is BTC, and in first place, we have Riswachingio in a classic 1993 Toyota Carina eGTI. Let's see how that vintage handles these turns. The race kicks off with Riswachingio taking an early lead. Pippi Langström is right behind in second place. Penske Motorsport is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Just Chanette is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Pippi Langström is on the move, claiming the top spot. Amy and I are locked in a close fight for 6th place, so stay tuned. Maya is closing in on the car ahead, looking for an opening to overtake. Hingle McCringleberry is defending hard, not giving an inch. Aminsan and Amy are still neck and neck for 7th. No clear winner yet. Mare Pinkwolf just made a move and is now in 15th, climbing up the ranks. Amy is now in 6th place. Kingshu 22 has moved up to 16th place. Double has advanced to 17th place and is closing in on Kingshu 22. The battle between Double and Kingshu 22 for 16th place is heating up. Amin-san just sneaked into 7th place. New for Life is climbing to 9th. Just Chanet is narrowing the gap with Lin Lilac, but still a bit of a distance. Rana Rampage is driving a 1992 Citroën AX GTI, a lightweight and nimble car. They're currently in the 17th place, trying to make some moves but not quite there yet. Just Chanetv is climbing up to 12th place. Double and Rana Rampage are nose to nose for 17. Simpler Marcus is climbing to 13th place. Amir Pinkwolf is advancing to 14th place. Kingshu 22 is catching up to 15th place. Penske Motorsport is driving a 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. They are currently in 3rd place and seem to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves but staying competitive. Double is driving a 1980 Lada 2106, which is quite the classic. They're currently in 17th place and seem to be holding steady, but don't expect them to set any lap records today. Ronnie Rampage is climbing up to 16th place. Justin Yilks is also moving up to 17th place. Just Chanetvi is driving an Alfa Romeo GTV6 from 1985. They are currently in the 16th place and seem to be struggling to move up the field. Amy's driving a 1993 Toyota Carina EGTI, and she's currently in 7th place. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Well, look at that. Pippi Langstrup just took the top spot. Guess she's got the speed and the style. Congratulations. Wow! Pippi Langstrup has really stolen the show and crossed the finish line first. Huge congratulations on that win. You've earned that 1996 Vauxhall Vectra, no doubt about it. And a big shout out to Amy for the most overtakes today. You really kept the action lively and claimed that 1993 Toyota Carina EGTI. Way to hustle and make those moves. Who's next to take the wheel? Or maybe try for some more overtakes? Stay tuned. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down really fast. Make sure you pick your favorite car before time runs out or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Hurry up and choose or else you'll miss out on all the fun. Alright, this is a classic battle of the vintage beasts. The March A81 is a legendary Formula One car from the late 80s, known for its agility and speed around tight corners. On the other hand, the $3087 also has a solid reputation, but it's often considered a bit more raw and less refined. Given that Oran Park has a mix of sharp turns and straights, I'd say the March 881 might have the edge because of its proven handling and speed in similar conditions. But don't count out the Dallara. Sometimes a gutsy driver or a well-optimized setup can surprise us all. My gut says the March 881 will take the win, but I'm curious to see if the Dallara can shake things up and keep it close. Let's find out. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Oran Park and look at that. Maya starting on pole in a 1988 Osella F1L who knew a car from 1988 could still be the boss on the track. Let's see if she can hold that lead. The race kicks off with Maya taking the lead, Ozgazarod right behind in second, and Deplorable Evil rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight start already. Penske Motorsport and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-nose for fourth place. Inga McCringleberry just gained a spot to sit in sixth. New for Life is also climbing up one position, now in eighth. Inga McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place. New for Life is now 7th. Evolution 954 has moved into 10th. The race is heating up. Evolution 954 is holding a slight edge, but Crazy Sweet but is right behind, so it's still anyone's game. Architect and New for Life are swapping positions in 7th place. Wrath 92 and Architect are also fighting for 8th. Amy and Lin Yashin are nose-to-nose for 13th. Wrath 92 is climbing up to 8th place. Amy is also moving up to 13th. Lian Yashin and Amy are nose-to-nose for the 13th spot. Amy is driving a McLaren MP4, one of the most iconic F1 cars. She's currently in 14th place, so she's not exactly leading the pack, but still in the game. Ingo McCringleberry is driving an Osella F1L, the same as the leader. He's currently in 6th place, just behind the top 3 Osellas. Looks like he's hanging in there, but his fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders. Amy is in 14th place with a McLaren MP444. Her lap time is slightly behind the leaders, so she's probably just trying to stay in the race for now. Maya is leading the race comfortably with the fastest lap of 1:5.568. Her Rosetta F1L is holding strong at the front, and she seems to be in control. Oskserot is driving a Dallara 3087, which is holding second place. Looks like they're keeping a solid pace with the fastest lap, just over a second slower than the leader. Race seems tight so far. Penske Motorsport is in 7th place with a Tyrrell 17. Their fastest lap is 1:06.01, so they're hanging in there but not quite challenging the top. Looks like a steady race for them. Pippi Langstrump is pushing hard with the fastest lap, but he's still in 4th. He needs to find a way to overtake Maya if he wants to win this. The F1 1988 cars are close in pace, but the track's tight corners and high-speed sections favor driver skill over raw power. The top positions are tightly contested, showing the cars are well matched. Crazy Sweetbutt is driving a Dallara 3087. They're currently in 11th place and running pretty close to the leaders, but no real threats yet. Pippi Langstrump is pushing hard with the fastest lap. Looks like he's aiming to finish strong. Amy is driving the McLaren MP44, which is known for its aerodynamic efficiency. She's currently in the 13th place, making steady progress with the fastest lap, just slightly behind the leader. Looks like she's on a mission to climb up. Wow, Maya, you absolutely crushed it out there. Congratulations on taking the top spot, you earned it. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrump for snagging the fastest lap. Nice work there. You can claim that 1988 Ozella F01 L Hingle McCringleberry. Impressive job. On the overtakes, you get to claim the same fabulous car. Great racing, everyone. Can't wait to see what happens next. Sure. Did you know that the 2018 Honda IndyCar was essentially a rocket on wheels? It can reach speeds of over 230 miles per hour. That's faster than most roller coasters. It's like the car is saying, "Hold my beverage, I'm about to leave the earth." Welcome back, Alias X98. Glad to see you return to the chaos. Hope you're ready to see some high-speed AI cars battling it out. Sit back and enjoy the race. Alright everyone, listen up. At the end of each month, we'll be posting the driver stats on the Google Drive so you can see how everyone is doing. If you want to check your personal stats, just hop onto our Discord and type !stats in chat. Remember, to be featured in the monthly stats, a driver needs to have completed at least 50 races during that month. So, keep racing and racing hard. Don't miss out on your chance to see where you stand at the end of the month. Hey everyone, if you're feeling generous and want to show some extra support, you can check out the Patreon. It doesn't come with many rewards, but it's a nice way to say thanks if you're into that kind of thing. No pressure at all, just here for the fun. Alright folks, the countdown is almost up, so make your picks before the clock runs out. Don't leave me hanging here with an empty garage. Get those choices in quick! Alright, this is quite the showdown. Both cars are similar in age and type, so it really comes down to the driver's skill and the computer's fancy algorithms. The Chevrolet IndyCar might have a slight edge in power, but the Honda could have better handling around those tricky corners. I'd say it's a close call, but I'm leaning towards East Basic Switch pulling off a win here. Of course, we'll see if the AI can defy expectations or if Penske Motorsport surprises us all. Alright everyone, a big thank you to Amy for requesting this race. We're kicking things off at the high-speed ring, reverse with the IndyCars class. Bougoutet is starting on pole in a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar, so get ready for some fast action. Bougoutet has shot out in front, holding the lead. New for Life is right behind in second place, and Hinkle McCringleberry is close in third. Looks like a tight pack at the start. Archerona 92 is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are now nose to nose, fighting for 2nd place. Whip 3 at 25 is climbing up to 5th place. Hippie Langstrup is now in 8th. Honden has moved into 12th. Agrit's 34 and New for Life are nose to tail for 3rd place. Hippie Langstrup just sneaked into 7th. Amy is climbing up to 9th. Amy and Glenn Yashin are locked in a close fight for 8th. Lien Yashin and Amy are nose to nose for 8th place. Honden just gained 2 spots and is now in 11th. I and Honden are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Kilo Juliet Delta is dropping like a stone, now in 21st place. Maya is climbing steadily, now in 11th. Honden and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for that 11th spot. Deplorable and Whip 3 out 25 are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Honden is climbing up to 11th. Penske Motorsport is also making moves, now in 15th. Agrid's 34 and New for Life are neck and neck for 3rd place. Deplorably is climbing up to 5th. Whip 3 out 25 and Deplorably are battling hard for 5th. Whip 3 out 25 is climbing up to 5th place. Hippie Langstrup and Deplorably are still locked in their tight battle for 6th. Dragoo is making a move, now in 11th. Agrid's 34 and New for Life are nose to tail for 3rd place. Deplorably is sneaking up 1 spot to take 5th. Deplorably and Agrid's 34 are locked in a tight fight for 4th. Hit 3 out 25 is climbing 2 spots to take 4th place. Hit 3 out 25 and New for Life are nose to tail for 3rd. Hippie Langstrup is advancing 1 spot to sit in 6th. Hippie Langstrup and Agrid's 34 are locked in a close fight for 5th. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 1st place. New for Life has moved up to 2nd. Whip 3 out 25 is in 3rd. The race is tightening up. Agrid's 34 is climbing to 3rd place. Deplorable and Whip 3 out 25 are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Amy is advancing to 6th. London just made a quick move to 8th place, leaving some cars in the dust. Whip 3 out 25 is climbing steadily to 3rd. Hippie Langstrup is gaining ground to 5th, and is now just 2 spots behind the leader of the pack. Hippie and Agrid's 34 are nose to nose for 4th, so expect some fireworks there. No for Life is now in 1st place. Whip 3 out 25 has moved into 2nd. Agrid's 34 is climbing into 3rd. The top 3 are getting pretty cozy. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 3rd place. Lian Yashin is making a move to 5th. The battle for 4th between Lian Yashin and Deplorably Apple is heating up. Hondon just overtook 2 cars in a flash and is now in 6th place. Hondon and Lian Yashin are nose to tail for 5th. Agrit's 34 and Pondon are still locked in a close fight for 6th. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 2nd place. Deplorably Apple is closing in on with 3 out 25, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. They are now battling fiercely for 3rd place. With 3 out 25 is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf by a 2nd and a 3rd. Fragu climbs 2 spots to 7th at Amy moves up 1 spot to 9th. Bubute is closing in on Kilo Julia Delta. Fast, cutting the gap by nearly 10 seconds. Iliasix 988 is climbing 2 spots to take 9th place. Looks like Amy and Elias 98 are locked in a fierce duel for 9th. With 3 out 25 is right behind Pippi Langstrumpf now, closing the gap by a 2nd. Lian Yashin is hot on Deplorable Apple's tail, closing in by a 2.5 seconds. Fragu just sneaked up 1 spot to 6th place, making moves. Maya is on the move, climbing up to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in 1st place, leading the race. Fragu has moved into 5th place, making a solid climb. Whip 3 out 25 is climbing up to 2nd place. Deplorably Apple is now in 3rd. Fragu is pushing into 4th. Looks like a tight race behind me. Lian Yashin has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Agrit's 34 has also gained 1 position, now sitting in 6th. Agrit's 34 and Fraga are nose to nose fighting for 5th place. New for Life is dropping back to 15th place. With 3 out 25 is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf and cut the gap by 3.7 seconds. With 3 out 25 and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 2nd place. Penske Motorsport is now 9th. Lebus 3 has moved into 15th. Iliasix 988 is climbing to 8th place. Archeron 192 is now in 9th. Captain Trippy has moved up to 10th. Kilo Juliet Delta is on a roll, climbing up to 15th place after overtaking 4 cars. Penske Motorsport is dropping back, now 7 spots behind at 19. Amy is making a move, climbing to 6th place. Hondon is closing in on Penske Motorsport fast enough to make it a race. Whip throughout 25 has just overtaken someone to sit in 2nd place. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 3rd, leaving some others in her dust. Maya is holding steady in 8th place. No changes for now. Fregu is climbing up to 5th place. Archer 192 has moved into 8th. Starbucks is making a push to 12th. Elias 988 is climbing to 6th place. Archerona 192 is now 7th. And I am inching closer to the top, now 8th. Lian Yashin just overtook for 2nd place. Acritz 34 is now in 3rd. S6 is closing in on Maya for 8th. Looks like that fight for 8th is about to get interesting. Starbucks is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Plebis 3 is right behind, also making moves to 9th. Bubote is storming through the pack, overtaking 5 cars to land in 11th. Fregu is right behind Agretz 34 now. Just a 1.5 to go. Archeron 192 is gaining on Elias X 98, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Plebis 3 is inching closer to Starbucks, just a bit over a second behind. Agritz 34 just snuck into 2nd place. Fregu is right behind in 3rd. Elias X 988 is climbing up to 4th. Looks like the race is heating up. Kila Julieta is on a roll, moving up to 10th place. Agritz 34 is hot on Pippi Langström's tail, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. I am inching closer to Archeron 192. Just a second behind now. Penske Motorsport is charging through the field, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing steadily, grabbing the 10th spot. Jerk Plays and Captain Trippy are nose to tail for 14th place. Looks like a battle for bragging rights. Bubote is on a roll, climbing 4 places to take 4th. Pondon is making moves up 2 spots to 14. Pondon and Kilo Julia Delta are nose to nose for 13. Bubote is slicing through the field to take the lead. Hingo McCringleberry is making a strong push into the top 4. Deplorably Apple is on a serious charge, climbing 13 places to sit in 5th. With 3, Out 25 is making a strong push into the top 10. Lian Yashin is climbing fast, now just behind with 3 Out 25. Plebis 3 is gaining ground, but still a few spots behind. Move for Life is closing in on Agritz 34 fast, just 5.4 seconds behind now. Amy is on a roll, overtaking 8 cars and climbing to 12th place. Penske Motorsport is making moves, passing 3 cars and now in 16th. Deplorably Apple is climbing to 2nd place. Hingo McCringleberry is now 3rd. Agritz 34 is pushing into 4th. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots. Whip 3 Out 25 is closing in on Pippi Langström, and the gap is shrinking fast. They are fighting hard for 6th place. Lian Yashin and Whip 3 out 25 are also nose to tail for 7th. Lian Yashin and Whip 3 out 25 are still neck and neck for 7th place. Asheron 192 is closing in fast on Lian Yashin and has cut the gap by over 2 seconds. Hondan is closing in on Cap Trippy fast, cutting the gap by nearly 20 seconds. Agrids 34 has climbed 2 spots to take 2nd place. No for Life is also up 2 spots, now holding 3rd. Lian Yashin is climbing to 4th place. Whip 3 out 25 and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a close fight for 5th. Asheron 192 is making a move to 7th. Whip 3 out 25 just sneaked into 5th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Whip 3 out 25 are nose to nose for that spot. Elias X988 is climbing 2 spots to 13. Whip 3 out 25 is climbing to 4th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is now 5th. Asheron 92 is knocking on 6th. Asheron 92 and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to tail for 5th. Asheron 192 is climbing to 5th place. Ragu is now 7th. Starbucks has moved up to 9th. Tabis 3 is closing in on Amy and has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. Penske Motorsport is climbing 1 spot to take 8th place. Ayat SpaceX is also moving up 1 spot to claim 9th. Starbucks is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 6th place. Whip 3 out 25 just nudged into 3rd. Asheron 92 also moved up 1 spot to 4th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Maya is dropping back to 13th place. Agrids 34 is climbing to 1st place. Amy is advancing to 7th place. Thebus 3 and New for Life are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Penske Motorsport is creeping closer to Elias X988, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. SpaceX, Wix, and Penske Motorsport are also battling it out for 11. Whip 3 out 25 is climbing to 2nd place. Asheron 192 is also moving up to 3rd. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a move to 4th. The top 4 getting crowded. Pippi Langstrumpf has just overtaken someone to take 3rd place. Asheron 192 and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose in that tight battle for 3rd. Elias X988 is climbing up to 7th place. Kilo Juliet Delta is charging through the field, now in 11th place after overtaking 4 cars. Asheron 192 is climbing steadily, now in 3rd place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Asheron 192 are locked in a close fight for 3rd, nose to tail. Plebis 3 is on a roll, now in third place after overtaking 5 cars. Amy just moved up 1 spot to 12. Penske Motorsport also gained 1 position, now in 13th. Pippi Langstrup is now in third place, climbing up 1 spot. Archeron 92 has moved into 4th place, also up 1 spot. Starbix is now in 5th, climbing the same distance. Archeron 92 is climbing up to 3rd place. Starbix is gaining on Pippi Langstrup, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Xbazixwitz is catching Elias X 988, narrowing the distance by 1 second. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Archer 192 quickly, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Starbix and Pippi Langstrup are nose-to-nose for 4th place. A6witz is climbing up to 7th, leaving the bottom half of the top 10 behind. Archeron 192 is gaining on Whip 3 out 25 and has cut the gap by a second. Pippi Langstrup and Archeron 192 are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. A6witz is closing fast on Bubba T, closing the gap by almost 2.5 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 3rd place. Xbazixwitch is gaining on Bubba T, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Deplorably Apple and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 20th place. Whip 3 out 25 is closing the gap on a Gretz 34 fast enough to make it a race. Xbazixwitch is chipping away at Bubate, not giving up yet. Kilo Juliet Delta is climbing up to 8th place. Looks like some strategic moves happening. Whip 3 out 25 is closing in on a Gretz 34, cutting the gap by a second. 2. Jerk Place is climbing 1 spot to 11. Lian Yesin and Jerk Place are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Whip 3 out 25, closing the gap by 3.1 seconds. Starbix and Archeron 192 are locked in a fierce duel for 4th place. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 9th place, 1 spot better than before. Starbix is climbing fast, now in 3rd place. Pippi Langstrup is right behind, still fighting for that spot. The battle for 3rd is heating up. Pippi Langstrup and Starbix are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Xbazixwitch is closing in on Bubba T, cutting the gap by over a second. Plebis 3 is climbing up to 15th place, making moves. Isaacswitch is gaining fast on Archer 192, closing the gap by 7.1 seconds. Whip3 out 25 is narrowing in on a great 34, cutting the distance by 1.3 seconds. Ubute is climbing up to 5th place, moving up 1 spot. Starbucks is closing the gap on Pippi Langstrumpf by 7.2 seconds. Lian Yashin is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to grab 8th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing 2 spots to 2nd. Ilias 988 is climbing up to 11th place. Hondon is inching closer to Move for Life and chopping down the gap by almost 2 seconds. Ragu is gaining on Amy Fast, cutting the gap by over 13 seconds. Move for Life just moved up 1 spot to 15. Hongmin is closing in on Pebis 3, narrowing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Deplorably Apple is closing in on Captain Trippy Fast, just 10.8 seconds behind now. Pippi Langstrumpf is leading the race, climbing 1 spot to take the top position. Ubute is making moves, jumping 2 spots to sit in 3rd place. Derek Plays is closing in fast on Whip3 out 25, chipping away at the gap by 6.7 seconds. Ubute has climbed 1 spot to secure 2nd place. Ubute and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a fierce duel for the top spot. Deplorably Apple is driving a Honda IndyCar, starting from 6th place. They clocked the fastest lap so far at 54.81 seconds, which suggests they're pushing hard. Currently in 20th place, so they're making some progress but still have room to climb. Expasic Switch is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Ubute is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to 1st. Whip3 out 25 is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 4th. Lian Yashin is making a strong move up to 8th place. Ragut is also climbing fast into 9th. Agreet's 34 just gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd. Starbucks is climbing to 4th place. Archerona 92 is now in 5th. Not for Life is making a move to 12th. Move for Life is climbing nicely into the top 10. Maya is making a move into the middle of the pack. Captain Trippy is closing in on Pondon Fast, cutting the gap by 5/4 seconds. Agrit's 34 has just overtaken someone to take the lead. Expasic Switch is climbing up to 6th place, making moves. New for Life is closing in on Fragate Fast, just 7.9 seconds behind now. Lian Yesin has climbed up to 7th place, making a nice move forward. Ilias 988 just made a bold move to 8th place, overtaking 3 cars in a single stretch. Whip3 out 25 is climbing steadily into 2nd place. No for a Life is also on the rise, grabbing 9. Things are heating up at the back. Kilo Juliet Delta is on the move, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Jerk Plays is closing in fast, trimming the gap by over 5 seconds. Amy is making a strong push, overtaking 3 cars to settle into 11th. S6 Switch is slicing through the field, closing in on Lian Yashin by almost 15 seconds. Whip 3 out 25 is creeping up on grades 34, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Archer 92 just jumped a spot to take 4th place. Lebis 3 is closing in on Murphy Life, fast enough to make a move soon. Bubute and Whip 3 out 25 are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Iliazix 98 is chipping away at Succeed Lasix Switch's lead, closing the gap by a couple of seconds. Whip 3 out 25 and Bubute are nose to tail for 2nd place. Lian Yashin is climbing to 5th. No 4 Life is closing in on Pondon quickly, cutting the gap by 6.5 seconds. Whip 3 out 25 has just moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Bubute and Whip 3 out 25 are locked in a tight battle for 2nd. Bubute just snuck into 2nd place. Looks like they're on a mission. Amy and Jerk Plays are nose to nose for 10th. This is getting spicy. Whip 3 out 25 just sneaked into 2nd place. Starbakes is climbing fast, now in 5th. Captain Trippy is closing the gap on Pippi Langstrumpf by almost 2 seconds. Looks like a showdown is brewing. Iliask 98 is rapidly closing in on X Basic Switch, closing the gap by 19 seconds. Bubute and Whip 3 out 25 are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Lian Yashin is gaining on Bubute, narrowing the distance by just over a second. Lian Yashin is gaining fast on Bubute, closing the gap by 10 seconds. Whip 3 out 25 is inching closer to Agrets 34, catching up by 1.5 seconds. Iliazix 98 is sneaking up on East Basic Switch, narrowing the distance by just over a second. Whip 3 out 25 is closing in on Agrets 34, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. Kilo Juliet Delta has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Dragu is also up 1 spot, now in 9th. Lian Yashin has climbed into 3rd place. Starbix is now in 4th after moving up 1 spot. Dragu is gaining on Kilo Juliet Delta, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lian Yashin is closing in on Whip 3 out 25, cutting the gap by a second. 2. Archerona 92 is climbing 1 spot to sit in 5th. S Basic Switch is also moving up 1 spot, now in 6th. Pondon is gaining fast on Amy, now just over 10 seconds behind. Whip 3 out 25 is inching closer to Agrets 34, closing the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Kilo Julieta is also on the move, narrowing the distance to Bubute by a little over a second. With 3 out 25 is inching closer to a grades 34, but still a good stretch ahead. Lian Yashin is making a move on with 3 out 25, but not quite close enough yet. Kilo Juliet Delta is closing in on Bubble T, but it's going to take more than a few seconds to catch up. Bit 3 out 25 is narrowing the distance to a grades 34 by 1.1 seconds. Lian Yashin is also making a move on whip 3 out 25 with the same 1.1 seconds. London is gaining on Amy by 2:30 seconds. Captain Trippy is gaining ground on New for Life and closing the gap by 8.2 seconds. Deplorable is on the move and cutting into Captain Trippy's lead by 11.2 seconds. Elias X98 is climbing up one spot into 9th place. Asic Switch and Archeron 192 are nose to tail for 5th place. Kilo Juliet Delta is cutting down on Boboti, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Fragut is climbing up to 11th, making moves. Captain Trippy is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, fast enough to make her wish she had a faster AI. Starbucks is climbing up to 2nd place, leaving some behind. X6 is making a move to 4th, probably hoping to surprise someone. Archeroni 92 just edged closer to the top 5, moving up to 5th place. Bubate is right behind, trying to squeeze into that spot as well. This battle for 5th is getting pretty intense. Bubate just sneaked into 5th place. Kilo Juliet Delta is knocking on the door of the top 6. Fondant is climbing up to 12th, not bad at all. Starbucks is closing in on grades 34 with a 1.3 second gap. Kilo Juliet Delta is gaining on Archeron 192, closing by 1.6 seconds. Maya has climbed one spot to take 8th place. Kilo Julieta is inching closer to Archeron 192, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. No Way is catching up to Frag Out, narrowing it down by 1.7 seconds. X-Basic Switch is gaining on Whip 3 out 25, closing the distance quite a bit. New for Life is making a move on Fragget Out, closing in fast. Pippi Langstrom is creeping up on Captain Trippy, not giving up yet. Whip 3 out 25 is inching closer to Starbucks, closing the gap by just over a second and a third. Bubote is making a move on E6 Basic Switch, shrinking the distance by nearly 3 seconds. Penske Motorsport is gaining on Elias Sesson 988, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Whip 3 out 25 is right behind Starbucks now, closing in fast. Bubote is catching these Basic Switch with a solid push. Penske Motorsport is creeping up on Elias X988, not letting that lead stay safe for long. Whip 3 out 25 is closing in on Starbucks, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Bubote is climbing up to 4th place. Archeron 192 is also moving up, now in 5th. Penske Motorsport is narrowing the gap to Ilias X988 by 2.5 seconds. New for Life has climbed up 1 spot into 14th place. Bubote is closing in on Archeron 192, cutting the gap by 10 seconds. Starbucks has just overtaken to take the lead. Archeron 192 is climbing 2 spots to 3rd place. Archeron 92 is now in 2nd place, climbing 1 spot. Ilias X988 has moved up to 8th place. Penske Motorsport is in 9th position after also gaining 1 spot. Ilias X988 is closing in on Lian Yashin fast, just 5.9 seconds behind now. Maya has climbed 1 spot to 10th place. Dragoo has also gained 1 position, now 11th. Agreed's 34 is making a statement by taking the lead at the front of the pack. Maya is climbing steadily into the top 10. Condon is inching closer to the middle of the field. Maya is now in 8th place, climbing 1 spot. Dragoo has gained 2 positions and is now 9th. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 13th. Whip 3 out 25 is climbing up to 3rd place. Bubote is also moving up to 4th. Dragoo is closing in on Maya, and the gap is shrinking fast. They are practically glued together for 8th place. Whip 3 out 25 is closing the gap on Starbucks fast enough to make it interesting. Dragoo and Maya are still locked in a tight battle for 8th place. War for Life just gained a spot to take 10th, so watch out for more moves. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Kilo Juliet Delta is now 5th, making some moves. Lian Yashin is inching closer to Archeron 192. Closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amy is closing in on Penske Motorsport, cutting the gap by 7 seconds. Starbucks is gaining on Agreed's 34, closing the gap by over a second. Lian Yashin and Archeron 92 are locked in a tight fight for 6th place. Dragoo is making a move on Lian, cutting the distance by almost 2 seconds. Lian Yashin and Archeron 192 are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 8. Ilias X988 is chipping away at Move for Life's lead, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Ilias X988 is climbing nicely to 9th place. Penske Motorsport is also making progress to 11th place. Bubote and Whip 3 out 25 are neck and neck for 3rd place. Penske Motorsport is climbing 1 spot to 10th. Amy is gaining 2 spots and is now in 11th. X-Basic Switch is gaining fast on Fragate, closing the gap by 7.8 seconds. Boubetier and Whip 3 out 25 are locked in a fierce fight for third place. Expasic Switch and Fragout are nose to tail for 12th place. Captain Trippy and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a fierce duel for 15th. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on New Relief fast, cutting the gap by over 10 seconds. Lian Yeshin and Archer 102 are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Expasic Switch and Fragout are neck and neck for 12. Darbex just took the lead, moving up one spot to sit in first. Kilo Juliet Delta is closing the gap on Boubetier, shaving off almost 3 seconds. Elias X98 is inching closer to Maya, narrowing the distance by a little over a second. Boubetier is climbing fast into 2nd place. Archerone 92 is making a quiet move to 5th. Elias 698 is closing the gap on Maya by a second and a half. Archero 92 is climbing to 4th place. Lian Yashin is now in 6th. Expasic Switch is closing in on Fragout, cutting the gap by 3.3 seconds. Deplorably Apple is storming up behind. Hingle McCringleberry like a freight train, closing the gap by over 15 seconds. Lian Yashin is inching closer to Whitfiat 25, but only by a couple of seconds. Expasic Switch is creeping up on Fragout, but just barely, with a 1 second difference. Deplorable Apple is on a roll, climbing 4 places in no time. Rick 3 out 25 is narrowing the gap on Archer 192. Looks like a battle brewing. Elias 698 is making a steady climb to 7. Not bad at all. Elias 988 is closing in on Lian Yashin, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Penske Motorsport is climbing 1 spot to 9th. Fragu is gaining 2 spots to 10th. Looks like Frago and Penske Motorsport are about to turn this into a tight battle for 9th place. Archer 192 is closing in on Boubetier fast, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Agrids 34 has climbed 1 spot into 2nd place. Deplorably Apple is also on the move, gaining 1 position and sitting in 15th. Maya is now in 7th place, climbing up 1 spot. Penske Motorsport is right behind in 8th, moving up 1 spot. Fragu is in 9th, also up 1 spot. The race is heating up. Agrids 34 is gaining on Starbucks quickly, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Whip 3 out 25 is chipping away at Archeron 192, narrowing it down by almost 2 seconds. Fragu and Penske Motorsport are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place, no room for mistakes there. Wow! Starbucks just took the victory. Looks like they were on a whole different level today. Well deserved. Wow, Starbucks definitely dominated that race. Big congratulations to them for taking the win. Now, a shout out to Deplorably Apple for snagging the fastest lap. Way to push the limits. And Penske Motorsport, congratulations on winning the bet race. Both of you can now claim a 2018 Honda IndyCar. This is getting pretty exciting. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability since Atlanta Motor Speedway has some sharp turns and high-speed sections that demand precise control. A car that can stick to the track and take corners smoothly will shine here. Of course, straight-line speed is important too, but if the car can't handle those curves confidently, all that speed might go to waste. So, balance and agility are key for a successful race on this track. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't miss out on the fun. Get those selections in before it's too late. Wow, what a matchup! On one side, we have Mattis Berry piloting a classic 1997 Citroën ZX. That's a quirky little car with some decent handling, but it's definitely showing its age. On the other side, Tyler Drums 31 is behind a 1982 Mazda 77C, which sounds like a real vintage beast. Now, considering Atlanta Motor Speedway's high speeds and long straights, the winner might come down to which car manages the power and aerodynamics better. Honestly, I'd say the Mazda 717C might have a slight edge here because of its racing pedigree from the 80s, but Midspray could surprise us with clever driving. It's a toss-up, but I'd lean towards the Mazda because it just sounds more fierce for this kind of speedway. Let's see how these vintage rides do. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Maya is starting on pole, steering a 2007 SSC Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo in the all-random class. Buckle up! This is going to be fun! The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Bucky Bird in second, and Pippi Langstrup in third. Looks like a tight start. Amy is on a roll, climbing fast into 6th place. Pippi Langstrup is now in second, making a nice move. Ingrid McShringleberry is also advancing, now in third. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Maddox EF Thielen is making a nice climb up the field, overtaking 3 cars to reach 22nd place. PB Langstrom and I are still locked in a fierce duel for first. Quiz 44 and Buckybird are also nose-to-tail fighting for fourth. Quiz 44 and Buckybird are nose-to-nose for fourth place. Amy and Quiz 44 are locked in a close fight for fifth. New Who for Life is climbing up 1 spot to 7th. Hingle McCringleberry and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-nose for second place. Quiz 44 just gained a spot and is now in fourth. Buckybird and Quiz 44 are also fighting for fourth, so things are getting crowded behind the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-nose for second place. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to 5th. New for Life is gaining 2 spots to sit in 6th. Oscar Wolf is making a strong push, climbing 5 spots to reach the 16th position. Pippi Langstrom and I are still locked in a fierce duel for the lead. New for Life and Amy are neck and neck for 5th place, keeping things interesting. Pippi Langstrom is holding on to the lead, but Maya is right behind, looking for a way through. Hingle McCringleberry and Pippi Langstrom are still neck and neck for second place, no clear winner yet. Nadisberry just overtook someone and is now in 7th, climbing the ranks. Pippi Langstrom and Maya are nose to tail for the lead. Captain Canadian just gained 2 spots and is now in 8th place. Lian Yashin has moved up 1 spot and is now in 11th. Pippi Langstrom is now in 1st place. Hingle McCringleberry and I are still neck and neck for second. No for Life is climbing to 6th. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just won the race. Guess even the fastest can't keep up with her wild spirit. Congratulations! Wow, Pippi Langstrom really stole the show with that win. Congratulations on crossing the finish line first. You've definitely earned it. And with the fastest lap under your belt, you're in the perfect position to claim that classy 1976 Shadow D and 5B. Looks like you're leaving everyone in the dust, both on the track and in the prize department. Great job! If I had to pick one of these cars, I would go with the 1958 Maserati 250F. It's a classic that's proven its speed on challenging circuits, and I have a feeling its combination of design and power might just give it the edge on Nashville Superspeedway. The others are no slouches either, but the 250F has that historical racing vibe that might translate into a little extra motivation. Well, this is like comparing a vintage bicycle to a slightly newer vintage bicycle, but with some serious horsepower under the hood. Nonstop's Kuzma Afi from the early 1950s is definitely a classic, probably loving the nostalgia vibe on the track. Lyrichet's Curtis Craft 500B from 1957 might be a little more refined, but still a vintage gem. Given the age and the different design philosophies, I'd say the Curtis Craft has a slight edge in terms of handling and aerodynamics. But don't count out the Kuzma Afi if it can find any extra speed on those long straightaways. In the end, I'd lean toward Lyrichet's car having an advantage here. But honestly, it could go either way depending on how well each AI driver manages the curves and the race. Let's see who kicks it into high gear first. Alright folks, Jordan F is kicking things off on the pole in a classic 1958 Maserati 250F with a 3.5-liter engine. It's like watching history race into the future. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the modern speed demons. Jordan F has shot off the line to take the lead. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is holding strong in second place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is right behind in third, trying to keep up. Ingle McCringleberry is on a roll, climbing up to 24th place. Maya is having a rough patch, dropping to 30. Beyond Two Dark Souls just snuck into second place, making a quiet move. Triad and Fourth Iafro are neck and neck for 7th place. Swell Place Day V is climbing 2 spots to 9th. Trifonenity 3 and Penske Motorsport are locked in a close fight for 10th. Deluxe Combo just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Triad and Fourth Iafro are still nose to nose for 7th. Trifonenity 3 and Penske Motorsport are swapping positions in the battle for 10th. Jordan F is closing in fast on Maya with a gap shrinking by 8/30 seconds. Beyond Two Dark Souls is on Jordan F's tail, closing in by 10.2 seconds. Bassett Nertuyu is making a move on Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios, cutting the gap by 7.9 seconds. Elititon 95 is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Calican Bunny has moved up to 14th. Menchtech has advanced to 16th. Mistek and D-Factor are nose-to-nose fighting for 15th. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Jordan F are neck and neck for the lead. Penske Motorsport and Swell Place V are locked in a close fight for 9th. NNR Savage is climbing up to 16th place, making a move. Deluxe Combo is climbing to 4th place. Penske Motorsport is now in 10th. Trifonenity 3 is closing in on Swell Place VV, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Deluxe Combo and Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios are nose to tail for 3rd place. Elite 1095 is creeping up to 5th. Triad and Fourth Afro are locked in a fierce duel for 7th. Basic Narbu and Illusiton 1095 are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Swell Placey is climbing up to 9th. No for Life and Amy are locked in a close fight for 12. Triad just made a bold move, climbing 3 spots to take 5th place. Deluxe Combo is inching up 1 position to 3rd. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Deluxe Combo are nose-to-nose, battling hard for 3rd place. Sinner Savage is now in 8th place, closing in on the leaders. Amy has moved into 9th, just behind Sinner Savage. Calican Bunny is in 10th, making a nice climb through the pack. Bezin Nizard Woe is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 2nd place. Swell Placed V is right behind, also moving up 4 spots to 3rd. Amy is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 6th. Wood 325 is on a roll, climbing to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ablahaz is making a move, passing 6 cars to land in 15. Brando Buster is on a tear, overtaking 7 cars to reach 16. Calican Bunny and Amy are neck and neck for 6th place. Thinner Savage and Calican Bunny are battling for 7th. Trufaninity 3 is climbing up to 11th. Swell Placed V is feeling the heat with Jordan F breathing down their neck. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is hot on Jordan F's tail now. Calican Bunny just sneaked into 6th place, climbing the ranks like a pro. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is closing in on Jordan F, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. And Savage and Amy are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Brenda Buster and Ablaze are locked in a tight fight for 14th. Well, look at that. Deluxe Combo just took the checkered flag. Guess they really knew how to steer their way to victory. Nice job! Wow! Deluxe Combo really pulled it out at the end there. Congrats on taking the win, you dominated the race. As for the winners of the cars, Penske Motorsport, excellent job snagging the fastest lap. You now get to claim a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy, a true classic. And Hingle McCringleberry. With all those daring overtakes, you are in the 1952 Kuzma Offie. Great effort from both of you. Enjoy your new vintage rides. Sure. Did you know that the F1 2009 cars had a unique rear wing design called the double diffuser, which was actually banned shortly after it was introduced? It was a clever move that gave teams a little extra grip and speed, but the sport quickly shut it down to keep things fair. It's like finding a secret cheat code in a game, only to have the game developer say, "Nope, not allowed." Oh wow. This is a classic David versus Goliath situation, isn't it? The McLaren MP424 is definitely a more aggressive and aerodynamically advanced car, even if it's from 2009. The Force India VJM0 Tekken, while a solid choice, isn't quite as refined or dominant in race conditions. I would say Amy has a clear advantage here, especially with that McLaren speed and handling on the track. I think Amy is most likely to take the win. But hey, in the world of AI racing anything can happen. Let's see if Mighty Chunk can surprise us. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Vallelunga, and leading the pack is the AI driver Egenerite in a 2009 Renault R29. Seems like they've got the pole position, so let's see if they can hold on to it or if the others will catch up. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Egenerite in second and Otterly Artorius in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Mighty Chunk is climbing fast into second place. Gabby the Minimac and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose-to-nose for 6th. Evolution 954 and Official Cassilia are locked in a close fight for 8th. Maya is now in 4th place, closing in on the top 3. Official Class Alive has moved up to 7th, but Gabby the Minimac is right behind in 8th. Looks like a tight fight for 7th place. Lian Yexin is making a strong move, climbing 3 spots to 16th place. Merchican Live is inching forward, now in 8th place. Rowdy Zarov is also climbing, up 1 spot to 15th place. Evolution and M54 is climbing up to 8th place. No for Life and Gabby the Minimac are nose-to-nose for 10th. Dishonored Fox and Titus 61 are locked in a close fight for 13th. Crazy Sweetbutt is trying to overtake Official Class Alive for 6th place. Titus 61 just gained a spot to 12th. Dishonored Fox and Grampy Jerf are nose-to-nose for 13th. Hippie Langstrom is driving a Force India VJM02. Their race seems to be a bit rough, with the slowest lap time among the top 23, and they're currently in the last position. Dishonored Fox is on a roll, climbing 8 places to sit in 6th. Penske Motorsport is inching up 1 spot to 20. Yabuaya Wanda and Penske Motorsport are nose-to-nose fighting for 20. Mighty Chunk takes the lead now. Amy and Mighty Chunk are nose to nose for the top spot. Official Class Alive climbs 2 places to 6th. Pippi Langstrump just overtook Dr. Keepsapley and is now in 21st place. They're nose to nose in this little scrap. Evolution 954 is driving a Toro Rosso STR4 and is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is just over 59 seconds, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite challenging the leaders. Maya just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Right and Maya are nose to tail fighting for 3rd. Crazy Sweetbutt and Generate are locked in a close scrap for 4th. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing up to 4th place. Autolatorius is also moving up to 6th. Official Class Alive and Autolatorius are nose to nose for that 6th spot. Penske Motorsport is climbing fast into the top 20. Pippi Langstrump is right behind, also making a move through the pack. Dr. Keepsapley is not far behind, catching up quickly. Looks like the race is heating up early. Gabby the Minimac is driving a Braun BGP 001 and is currently in the 8th place. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so they're hanging in there but not exactly setting the pace. Mighty Chunk is leading in a Force India V JM02, which is surprisingly quick this race. They've set the fastest lap so far and seem to be controlling the race well. Wow, Mighty Chunk, you really outpaced everyone else. Looks like the race was just a warm-up for your winning streak. Ah, well done. Wow, Mighty Chunk really pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations on winning that race, you totally earned it. And now, a big shout out to Pippi Langstrump for their incredible overtaking skills. You can claim the 2009 Force India that JM02. So get ready to take that beauty for a spin. Great job to both of you. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the clock runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which AI will dominate the race. Hurry up and make your choice. Alright, this is a classic vintage showdown, folks. On one side we have Pippi Langstrumpf, zooming in a Surtees TS16 from 1975. That car is a bit of a wild card, with its racing pedigree, but maybe a little less predictable, on a tight track like Lime Rock. On the other side, Hingle McCringleberry in a March 751st, also from 1975, which was known for its agility and sharp handling. Now, considering Lime Rock Park is all about quick corners and less long straightaways, the March 751 might have the upper hand with its nimbleness. But hey, a Surtees TS16 has that raw power and might surprise us if Pippi can handle the tight turns like a pro. I am leaning towards Hingle because that car's reputation for agility could give it a slight edge in the twisty bits. Who do you guys think will come out on top? I'd put my money on Hingle, but don't quote me. After all, it's vintage cars and anything can happen. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Lime Rock Park on this no chicane track. Mega's Boring Life is starting on pole, piloting in 1975 Surtees TS16. Let's see if that classic can hold off the competition. Meg's Boring Life has shot to the front, leading the pack. Lian Yashin is right behind in second place. Pippi Langstrumpf is holding on to third, but expect some fireworks soon. Lux Ravenous is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Diogina Miracles is also on the rise, advancing 1 position to 5th. Oteliatorius just climbed to 6th place, and is now in a tight battle with Betsma for that position. Maya is also making moves, climbing to 8th place. Looks like a close fight for those middle positions. Betsma climbs 1 spot to take 7th place. Maya and Oteliatorius are nose to tail for 8th. Penske Motorsport and Blaming Buddha are locked in a close fight for 11th. Penske Motorsport is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 7th. Diogina Miracles is dropping like a stone, down 9 spots to 14th. Betsma just nudged forward 1 position to 5th. Penske Motorsport is on the move, climbing up to 3rd place. Amy and Blaming Buddha are locked in a close fight for 12th. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 4th after a smooth move. Betsmar is climbing up to 5th, inching closer to the top. Lian Yashin is climbing to 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap on Pippi Langstrumpf, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Amy is advancing to 11th position. Hingle McCringleberry and Pippi Langstrumpf are neck and neck for 3rd place. Yungansel Store 202 and I are locked in a close fight for 9th. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Pippi Langstrumpf and Hingle are nose to nose for 3rd. Jungan Stord Wudianoas 102 is up to 9th place, making a little progress. Pippi Langstrump and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for third place. Nonstop 102 is chipping away at Looks Ravenous, now just over a second behind. Amy is closing in on me, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Aleatorius is climbing up to 5th place. Flaming Buddha is catching up to Amy, closing the gap by over a second. That's Nice climbing up to 5th place. New for Life is now in 6th. Looks Ravenous is narrowing the gap to Aleatorius by 1.3 seconds. Flaming Buddha is driving a March 751, starting in 10th place. Their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Leon's holding the lead and just set the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for the win. Pippi Langstrump is driving a Surtees TS16, same as the leader. Looks like they're holding steady in 4th place but not quite matching the pace of the front runners. Wow, Meg's boring life just won the race. Guess all those boring life moments paid off in the end. Congratulations! Wow! Meg's boring life took the victory. Congratulations on that win. You really showed them how it's done. Now, for the exciting part. Amy, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim that classic 1975 Williams FWW04. Nice pick! And Hingle McCringleberry, you won the bet race, so you're grabbing the legendary 1975 March 751. Great job to both of you! Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the countdown runs out. Don't miss your shot to choose the speedy steed you're rooting for. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. Pippi Langstrump is behind the wheel of a 1967 Mercury Cougar, which is known for its sleek style and smooth ride. On the other hand, Hingle McCringleberry is racing a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda, a classic muscle car with a reputation for raw power. Given the track is the Autodromo de Franciacorta short, which favors agility and handling, I might lean slightly toward Pippi's Mercury Cougar. That car's got the elegance and balance that could help navigate tight corners. But don't count Hingle out just yet. With a bit of muscle and possibly some turbo tricks, he could easily take the lead. So, my money's on Pippi for now, but I wouldn't bet the farm. This one could go either way depending on how the AI handles the quirks of these classics. Alright everyone, Maya is on the front line in her vintage Dodge Challenger, ready to show these modern rides how it's done. Let's see if she can hold that pole position. Maya has shot off the line to take the lead. Penske Motorsport is holding strong in second place. New for Life is hanging in there in third. Looks like a tight battle already. New for Life is climbing up to second place. Chelsea is now in fourth. Pippi Langström has moved into sixth. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 8th place. Rafael is making his way to 14th. Hymas is edging up to 17th. Penske Motorsport is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar. Colin. They are currently in 3rd place and seem to be holding a steady position. The race looks pretty tight at the front. Pippi Langström is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar. They're currently in 7th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any major moves but staying in the mix. Rumspeider is climbing up to 11th place. TPPAA and Rumspeider are neck and neck for 11th. Simfa Marcus is advancing to 14th. Rumspeider is driving a 1973 Alpine, a 110 1800s. They're currently in 14th place, so they're hanging around the middle of the pack, but not making much noise. The vintage Trans Am cars are holding tight at the front, showing their classic muscle might on this short track. The mix of older models seems to be creating a close, competitive race with some interesting overtakes. Pippi Langström is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar, starting in 7th place and currently in 6th. The car's fastest lap is just a little behind the leader, so they're holding steady but not quite close enough to challenge for the top spot yet. Ford Afro is driving a 1962 Triumph TR3B. They are currently in the 16th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace with a lap time of 17.359. Looks like they're holding their own in the middle of the pack. Ford Afro is driving a 1962 Triumph TA3B. They're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be holding steady with a decent lap time. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. They're holding 8th place and their fastest lap is just under 59 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Rafael is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Impala. They're currently in 16th place and seem to be struggling a bit with lap times, over a second slower than the leaders. Belfine Beast is driving a 1968 Chevrolet Camaro. They're currently in 10th place and seem to be holding steady, but their lap time suggests they might need to pick up the pace if they want to climb higher. Strutting Jarl is driving a 1977 Opel Kadett C. Their race seems steady but not quite fast enough to catch the leaders, sitting in the middle of the pack. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. You must be feeling pretty unstoppable now. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was a fantastic performance. Really showing the AI machines who's boss. And a big shout out to New for Life for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned that vintage 1968 Chevrolet Camaro. A real beauty from the Trans Am series. Pippi Langstrom, you did it. Winning the bet race means you get to take home that sleek 1967 Mercury Cougar. Another classic that's sure to turn heads. Great race, everyone. Can't wait to see what comes next. Sure! Did you know that the Highlands Long Track is famous for its twists and turns that can make even the most experienced drivers feel like they're in a roller coaster ride? It's basically the roller coaster of racing tracks. Nothing like a good challenge to keep the AI on its toes. Oh, this is a fun matchup. Both of these cars are pretty similar, since they're both 2018 Indy cars, so it's all about the driver's skills and how the AI handles each one. The Honda versus Chevrolet debate is always interesting, but on a track like Highlands Long, I'd say the Honda might have a slight edge because of the engine's characteristics. But don't count out Rukimiriki just yet. It's going to be a close one, and I can't wait to see which AI takes the win. Let's get this race started. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Highlands Long Track with Wolf of Echo leading the pack from pole. He's in a 2018 Honda Indy car, so let's see if he can keep that momentum up. Wolf of Echo is leading the race, followed closely by Penske Motorsport in second place. Tsunoyama is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Penske Motorsport and Wolf of Echo are nose to tail for the lead. Zenyahima and Penske Motorsport are fighting hard for second place. Amy and Zenyahima are locked in a close duel for third. Baskettenfee is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 10. Frankenbelt is gaining ground, overtaking 5 cars to sit 11. Lian Yashin is dropping back, losing 6 positions to 12. Okinabaka is climbing fast, now in 12th place. No for Life is right behind in 13th, also making moves. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Amy, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. No for Life is in the 17th position driving a Chevrolet IndyCar. Their race looks like a slow climb, sitting behind a few others but still in the mix. Amy is currently in 4th place with her Chevrolet IndyCar. She's holding steady but not quite catching the Honda front-runners. Looks like she's keeping it clean, but needs a bit more pace to move up. Penske Motorsport is now in the lead, pulling ahead of Zenyahima by a car length. Zenyahima is pushing hard, trying to regain the top spot. The battle for first is getting intense with both racers neck and neck. Okswolfi is closing in on Rookie Muriki, cutting the gap by over 10 seconds. Ronnie Rampage is dropping back, now in the 17th spot. Zenyahima is making a move, grabbing the top position. Ingela Kringleberry is making a strong move up to 3rd place. Frankenbuzz is charging through the field to take 4. Okinabaka is also climbing fast, now in 5th. The top 3 are still holding strong, but these guys are not holding back. Pippi Langstrom is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Jordan F is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 6th. Baskettenfee is also making moves, climbing 2 spots to 7th. Rookie Mireki is climbing nicely into the top 10. Lian Yashin is closing in on the top 10 as well, and looks like I am inching closer to the middle of the pack. Lian Yashin is climbing nicely into the top 10. Looks like I'm right behind her, moving up 2 spots to 11. Let's see if I can catch her before the finish line. Lian Yashin is climbing to 9th place. Wolf of Echo is now in 13th. Runner Rampage has moved into 14th. Jung Jans Stortu. I'm really closing the gap on Move for Life fast. Looks like a battle is brewing. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 10. Not bad. Ronarpage is gaining on Wolf of Eco, closing the distance by 2.4 seconds. Things are heating up.
Hingle May Pringleberry is closing in on Amy, shrinking the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Okinabaka just gained a spot and is now in 4th place. Frankenbuzz and Okinabaka are nose to nose, fighting for the 4th position.
Alright, everyone. It seems our AI drivers had a bit of a rough time on the track today. Because of that, we've decided to wrap up the race early. But don't worry, we've already tallied up the points so we can see who's on top. So, stay tuned for the results and maybe some lessons learned for next time. Thanks for hanging out and watching our little AI chaos. Sure thing. Did you know that the Nonstop reverse track is so tricky that even the AI drivers sometimes get lost trying to find the finish line? It's like a maze where the walls move just to keep them on their toes. Definitely keeps us on the edge of our seats. Alright, so we're flying blind here with Ronnie Rampage and Bunnysoft Doom, both in the same car on this tricky reverse layout. My bet? Well, without any details, I'd lean towards the one with the slightly better instinct for sneaky turns, or maybe just a fortunate streak. But, honestly, with such little info, it's more of a coin toss. Let's see who manages to keep their cool and avoid the chaos. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Nonstop reverse track, and leading the pack from pole is Lian Yashin in her 2017 Renault Megane Trophy. Let's see if she can hold on to that first place or if the rest of the pack has other plans. Lian Yashin is leading the race, followed closely by Ronnie Rampage in 2nd place. Bunnysoft Doom is currently in 3rd, but don't blink or you'll miss the overtakes. Pippi Langstrup just overtook 3 cars and is now in 9th place. Moo for Life is also climbing fast, grabbing 3 more positions to sit in 11. Maya has moved up 1 spot to 3rd. Looks like the race is heating up. Natural Yun Lucky is currently in 7th place. Their car is a 2017 Renault Megane Trophy, just behind Geogina Miracles Dado. Looks like they're holding steady, but haven't made a move yet. Natural Yun Lucky is currently in 7th place. Their car is a 2017 Renault Megane Trophy, just behind Geogina Miracles. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Jakob Bleich is currently in the middle of the pack, in 11th place. His car is a 2017 Renault Megane Trophy, just like the others. Looks like he's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Runner Empage is in 2nd place, driving the 2017 Renault Megane Trophy. Their fastest lap is 0:58.29, so they're holding a solid pace behind the leader. Looks like a close fight for the top spot. New for Life is currently in 14th place, just behind the top 10. Their fastest lap is 10.764, which is pretty close to the leaders but not quite enough to make a move. Looks like they're hanging in there but need a bit more pace. The reverse layout seems to be favoring the early leaders, with Lian Yashin maintaining a solid lead. Overtaking opportunities are limited, so staying in front early is paying off. Naturalianuki is in 7th place with a fastest lap of 58.3 seconds. Their race seems steady but not quite fast enough to challenge the leaders. Runner Empage is in 2nd place, driving a 2017 Renault Megane Trophy. They're slightly behind Lian Yashin, but holding a solid position. Looks like they're staying consistent with a fastest lap of 0:57.707. Bunnysoftdoom is in 3rd place with a fastest lap of 57.703 seconds. Looks like they're holding their position well but not quite catching the leaders. The Megane Trophy cars are pretty evenly matched, so it's all about driver skill and track familiarity. The reverse layout probably favors those who adapt quickly, which is why the top positions are tightly packed. Bunnysoftdoom is in 3rd place, driving a 2017 Renault Megane Trophy. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leader, so they're hanging in there but not quite catching up. Bunnysoftdoom is in 3rd place with a strong start. Their fastest lap just a bit slower than the leader. Looks like they're holding their own in the top 3. Congratulations, Lian Yashin! You really showed everyone how it's done and took home the win. Well played. Wow, Lian Yashin took the win. Congratulations. That was an impressive race from start to finish. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrom for doing the most overtakes. Pippi, you can claim that sleek 2017 Renault Megane Trophy. Looks like someone's been busy on the track. Sure thing. Did you know that Huacalalum Cordo Antihorario has a corner that really tests the driver's skills? It's called the twist of fate because if you don't navigate it just right, you'll end up losing a few positions quickly. It's like the track has a sense of humor and enjoys playing little tricks on the racers. Hey Justinero, welcome back to the stream. Glad you could make it again. Hope you're ready to see some adrenaline-pumping AI racing action. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up, in this race, overtaking cars actually earns you extra points. So starting at the very front might seem like a good strategy. But it's not always the best move. Sometimes starting further back can give you the chance to overtake more cars, and score even higher points than the race winner himself. So don't be surprised if we see some sneaky moves from the back of the pack today. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that this whole operation runs on your support. So subscribing or cheering bits really helps keep the lights on. No pressure though. The races are completely free to watch and enjoy. Subscribers get first dibs on joining the races and some exclusive event access. So if you want to be part of the fun, that's the way to go. And to the drivers out there, tell them the stream's free. But if they want to support their favorite virtual racers, subscriptions and bits are the way to do it. Thanks a bunch for hanging out and making this possible. Hey there lurkers! Welcome to the stream. We're actually watching race cars driven purely by artificial intelligence speeding around the track. That's right. This whole thing is completely automated, so no human drivers here. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show of some seriously high-tech racing action. Feel free to hang out and see who takes the checkered flag first. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down super fast, So make your final choices now, before the race begins. Don't miss your chance to see your favorite AI car hit the track. Alright, this is quite the matchup. The Chevelle SS from 1967 is known for its raw power and muscle car attitude. But it might struggle a bit with the twists and turns of Huachalalum Corto Anti-Horario. Meanwhile, the Jaguar E-Type Series 1 from 1965 is all about elegance and agility, which could give it an edge on this track. In my opinion, the Jaguar's lighter weight and nimbleness might just give it the upper hand in this race. But hey, the Chevelle's brute strength shouldn't be underestimated. It's a close call, but I think the Jaguar might just squeeze out a win here, unless the Chevelle finds a way to unleash its full power at the perfect moment. Alright everyone, a big thank you to Amy for this race suggestion. The action is kicking off at the Huachalalum Corto Anti-Horario track. On pole position, we've got Elias Cessna-98 in a sleek 1963 Ferrari 250G Carolina. Dr. Do Altera. Buckle up, this is about to get interesting. Forti Afro is leading the race, holding a solid first place. Elias 98 is right behind in second, trying to catch up. Wayne Tren 94 is in third, not giving up just yet. Celestia Linari is climbing up to fifth place. Maya and Stove Scancook are locked in a close fight for 7th. Amy is advancing to 9th place. Stove Van Cook just sneaked into 6th place. Pippi Langstrup and Ciso Lachatnois are nose-to-nose for 11th. Maya just overtook someone and is now in 7th place. Amy also gained a spot and is now in 8th. Titso Lahat Noir and Justineru are nose-to-nose for 10th place. This is getting interesting. Maya's car is a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, starting in 9th place. Looks like she's holding her own among the Chevelle pack. But she's got some ground to make up. Maya is closing in on Stofskancook. Looks like a move is imminent. Lian Yashinen and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail. No room for mistakes there. Maya is now in 5th place, closing the gap. Amy has also climbed to 6th, keeping it tight. Lian Yashin has moved into 9th, but still a bit behind the leaders. Elias 988 is gaining on 4th Afro, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Lian Yashin is also on the move, inching closer to Stofskancook by 1.1 seconds. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing up the ranks. Amy and Tensky Motorsport are nose to tail for 5th place. Lian Yashin is cutting down the gap to Stofskancook by nearly 2 seconds. Lian Yashin and Stofskancook are battling for 8th place. Very close now. Maya is now just a second behind Waintran and E4. Looks like the chase is heating up. Amy has overtaken 2 cars and is now in 5th place. Lian Yashin has climbed 2 spots and is now in 7th. Maya advances to 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Lian Yashin is closing in on Penske Motorsport, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Pippi Langstrom moves up to 8th place, making a little more progress. Lian Yashin is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, starting from the 13th position. She's currently in 7th place and has the fastest lap among Chevelle drivers. Looks like she's making some moves. Maya is gaining on Elias 988, closing the gap to just over 1 second. Amy and Waintra 984 are nose to tail, fighting hard for 4th place. Lian Yashin and Penske Motorsport are locked in a close duel for 6th. Amy is climbing to 4th place. Lian Yashin is now in 6th. Pippi Langstrom has moved into 7th. The race is heating up. Maya is gaining on Elias 988, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Cizo Lahat Noir is inching closer to Celestia Linare, but still has some work to do. Penske Motorsport is currently in 8th place, with a 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ. Their fastest lap is over a minute, so they're not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Stofskancook is driving a 1965 Jaguar E-Type Series 1. They're currently in 8th place, quite a ways behind the leaders. Looks like they're struggling a bit with pace today. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to move into the top 5. Lian Yashin and Amy are nose to tail for 4th place. Amy is gaining on Maya again, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Wayne 94 just overtook someone to take 5th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 6th, inching closer to the top. Justin Eru is driving a 1967 Volkswagen Beetle. They're currently in the 8th last position and seem to be struggling with lap times, over a minute behind the leader. Sizola Hatenoir is racing a 1954 Jaguar XK 120TR. They're currently in 12th place and seem to be struggling with the pace, given their slowest lap time compared to others. Vintage street cars are holding the top spots with quick lap times, especially the Chevelle. The track seems to favor classic muscle and sporty models over the older or less powerful cars. The mix of car classes is creating a tight race at the front. Wayne 94 is driving a 1965 Jaguar E-Type Series 1. They're currently in 6th place and seem to be struggling a bit with a fastest lap of over 52 seconds. Penske Motorsport is currently in 8th place with a 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ. Their fastest lap is significantly slower, at 53.319 seconds. So it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the vintage street cars. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Iliazix 988 is right behind, not giving up yet. Yan Yeshin has gained 1 spot and is now in 6th, making moves. Nuva Life is driving a 1967 Volkswagen Beetle and is currently in the last place. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Wayne 94 is driving a vintage Jaguar E-Type Series 1. He's currently in 6th place but is quite a way behind the leader and has the slowest fastest lap among the top contenders. Looks like he's struggling to keep up. The tight corners seem to favor the vintage Chevelle, keeping them at the front while slower lap times for the older cars are holding others back. Forty Afro is leading in a classic 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle S, and they've been consistently fast with the best lap, just a fraction behind their rival. Looks like they're holding on to that top spot pretty well. Iliazix 988 is leading with a 1963 Ferrari 250 GT Berlinetta, a classic beauty. Their pace is quite slow compared to the others, so it looks like they're just cruising at the front. Iliazix 988 is catching up to Amy and closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Lian Yashin is making a move on Iliazix 988. Trimming it down by 1.5 seconds. Penske Motorsport is creeping up on Pippi Langstrumpf with a 1.9 second reduction. Maya is right behind Forty Afro now, closing the gap quickly. Lian Yashin is gaining on Iliazix 988, not letting him breathe. Pippi Langstrumpf is catching Wayne 94 inch by inch. Liang Yashin is closing in on Elias X988, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. KP Langstrom is climbing up to 6th place. Stokes Gamkook is moving up to 8th place. Justin Nehru is racing a 1967 Volkswagen Beetle. They're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, sitting in 14th place. Fortiafro is leading the race in a classic 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle. As they've been consistent, setting the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're in control for now. Amy is gaining on Maya fast, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Tizula Hatnua is inching closer to Celestia Linari, cutting the distance by 2.0 seconds. The vintage street cars are holding tight, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the older, more agile models. The Chevelle's dominance shows the class's strength, but the Jaguars and Ferraris are hanging in there with some skillful driving. Maya is right behind Fortiafro now, closing the gap quickly. Lian Yashin is gaining on Elias X98, not letting up. Zizola Hatnoa is inching closer to Celestia Linari. The pressure is on. The vintage street cars are holding tight, but the slower cars, like the Jaguars and the older models, are struggling with the track's twists and turns. The Chevelles are dominating thanks to their speed and agility. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Lian Yashin, closing the gap by 1.44 seconds. Celestia Linari is also on the move, closing in on Penske Motorsport by 1.2 seconds. Elias X988 is leading in a classic 1963 Ferrari 250G Berlinetta Dottidoa. They're holding a comfortable lead, but their lap time is significantly slower than the others, so they might be easing up or struggling a bit. Lian Yashin is gaining on Elias X98, closing the gap to just over a second. Penske Motorsport is hot on Stokes Gamkook's tail, closing in by 1.4 seconds. New for Life is driving a 1967 Volkswagen Beetle. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in the last place, and a full minute behind the leader. Justin Nehru is driving a 1967 Volkswagen Beetle, which is known for its quirky charm but not exactly speed demon material. They are currently in the middle of the pack, quite a ways behind the leaders. Looks like a slow and steady approach, or maybe just enjoying the ride. Sisu Lahatnawa is driving a 1954 Jaguar XK120, which is known for its classic design and smooth handling. They're currently in the 12th place, quite a bit behind the leaders, and seem to be struggling with pace. Fortiafro is leading the race in the 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle S. They started second and have managed to stay ahead of the pack, with a fastest lap just a tiny bit faster than mine. Looks like they're holding a steady pace. Amy driving a vintage Chevrolet Chevelle SS, starting from the 12th position. She's currently in 3rd place, making a solid climb. Looks like she's got some serious speed, especially considering her fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leader. Elias 988 is gaining fast on Amy, now just a few seconds behind. Maya is inching closer to 4th Afro, but still a bit of ground to make up. Lian Yashin has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Elias 98, cutting the gap by 2.8 seconds. Tizola Hak Noir is driving a 1954 Jaguar XK 120. They're currently in 12th place, quite a bit behind the leaders, and their fastest lap is over a second slower than the top times. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Forty Afro is comfortably in the lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this vintage street car race under control. The vintage street cars are holding tight, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the Chevelles and Jaguars. The older cars are hanging in there, but the slower lap times show the track's demanding nature. Forty Afro is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly in control for now. Wayne Trinity 4 is racing a vintage Jaguar E-Type Series 1. He's currently in 8th place trying to catch up. Looks like he's struggling a bit with the pace, but he's still in the hunt. Celestia Linari is driving a vintage 1962 Lincoln Continental, which is known for its luxury and comfort rather than speed. They're currently in 11th place, quite a ways behind the leaders, and their fastest lap is significantly slower than the front runners. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Hey there, everlasting Apex. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us again. Hope you're ready for some wild AI car racing action that's as unpredictable as your favorite plot twist. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Maya is gaining on 4th Afro, closing the gap to just a few car lengths now. Pippi Langstrup is inching closer to Lian Yashin. Looks like a battle brewing. Penske Motorsport is catching Stove Scancook, not giving up yet. Amy is now just a second behind Maya and gaining fast. Stove Scancook is right on Wayne 94's tail, closing the gap steadily. Forty Afro is comfortably leading and setting the pace with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control so far. Celestia Linari is driving a 1962 Lincoln Continental, known for its luxury and smooth ride. They're currently in 11th place, quite a ways behind the leaders, and their fastest lap is significantly slower than the front runners. Looks like a tough race for them so far. The vintage street cars are holding tight with similar lap times, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the more agile models like the Chevelle. The older cars are struggling to keep pace, especially those with less power or handling. Celestia Linari is driving a 1962 Lincoln Continental, known for its luxury and smooth ride. They're currently in 11th place, quite a ways behind the leaders, and their fastest lap is significantly slower than the front runners. Looks like a quiet race for them so far. Wayne Trinanti is driving a 1965 Jaguar E-Type Series 1 on. They're currently in 8th place and seem to be struggling a bit with the pace, as their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders. Wu for Life is driving a 1967 Volkswagen Beetle. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in the last place and quite a ways behind the leaders. Pippi Langstrom's car is a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, starting in 10th place. They are currently in 5th place, showing some solid progress. Their fastest lap is 0:49.465, which is pretty competitive. Looks like they're making a move up the field. New for Life is driving a 1967 Volkswagen Beetle. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in the last place and over a minute behind the leader. Maya is currently in 2nd place, just behind the leader. Her car, a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, is running very close to the fastest lap time, set by 40 Afro. Looks like she's pushing hard to stay in the hunt. Justin Neru is driving a 1967 Volkswagen Beetle. They're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be struggling a bit with the pace, sitting in 14th place and quite a few seconds behind the leaders. Afro is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this vintage street car race under control. Maya is currently in 2nd place with the same vintage Chevrolet Chevelle SS as the leader. She's just behind and has a slightly faster lap time than the leader. Looks like she's closing in. Celestia Linari is driving a 1962 Lincoln Continental, known for its luxury and smooth ride. They're currently in 11th place, quite a way behind the leaders, and seem to be struggling with pace. The tight corners seem to favor the vintage street cars, especially those with better handling like the Chevelle and Jaguar. The slower cars are struggling to keep up on the straights. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, just behind the leader. She's been quick with a fastest lap of 0:49.465 and is currently in 5th place. Looks like she's holding her own in the pack. The tight corners seem to favor the vintage street cars with better handling. but the long straights are giving the faster cars a chance to catch up. Pippi Langström's car is a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, starting in 10th place. She's currently in 5th, so she's gained some ground. Looks like she's pushing hard to move up. Forty Afro is holding a solid lead, but Wayne 94 is closing in slowly. Still a long way to go, so anything can happen. Stove Skankuk is gaining on Wayne 94, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Tizola Hat Noir is catching up to Celestia Linari, narrowing it down by 1.6 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1938 Talbot Lago T23 Teardrop Dada. Looks like they're struggling with pace and currently in the last place, way behind the pack. Zizo Lahat Noir is driving a 1954 Jaguar XK 120, a classic beauty known for its sleek design and smooth handling. They're currently in 12th place, quite a way behind the leader, and their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the pack. New for Life is driving a vintage Volkswagen Beetle, which is known for its quirky charm, but not exactly speed demon material. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in the last place and a full minute behind the leader. Pippi Langström is gaining fast on Alias 98, closing the gap by 6 seconds. Amy is closing in on me, reducing the distance by 2.5 seconds. Pippi Langström is gaining on Elias's 98, closing the gap by almost 4 seconds. Celestia Linari is inching closer to Penske Motorsport, catching up by just over a second. Pippi Langström is gaining on Elias's 98, closing the gap by just over a second. Celestia Linari is hot on Penske Motorsport's tail, chipping away almost 2 seconds. Leanne Yashin is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 5 seconds. Maya is inching closer to Forty Afro, chipping away at the lead by just over a second. Pippi Langström is narrowing the distance to Elias 88, cutting it down by 2 seconds. Leanne Yashin is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Pippi Langström is catching Elias's 98, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Celestia Linari is in a 1962 Lincoln Continental, starting 5th and currently in 10th. Looks like a tough race for them, possibly struggling to keep pace with the vintage street cars ahead. Maya is in 2nd place and just set the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for the win. Amy is in 3rd place driving a vintage Chevrolet Chevelle SS, just behind Maya and for now, holding steady. Her lap time suggests she's not pushing too hard but staying competitive. Celestia Linari is in the Lincoln Continental, a luxury classic. They're currently in 11th place, and seem to be struggling with pace, given their slowest lap time. The tight corners seem to favor the vintage Chevelle, keeping the top two close. The slower cars are struggling to keep pace on the straights, letting the leaders pull ahead. Elisa N8 is climbing up to 4th place. Just Neru is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Stowe Scancook is driving a 1965 Jaguar E-Type Series 1 foot. They're currently in 8th place, but their lap time is quite a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. The tight corners seem to favor the vintage Chevelle, keeping it at the front while others struggle with the sharp turns. Hippie Langstrom is driving the 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is just a hair slower than the leader, so they're staying competitive. Stowe Scancook is driving a 1965 Jaguar E-Type Series 1. They're currently in 8th place, a bit behind the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the top pack. Maya is holding the lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control for now. Vintage street cars are holding strong, with the Chevelle leading. The track's tight turns seem to favor the classic muscle and sports cars, but the older models are struggling with pace. The Ferrari and Jaguar are a bit off the pace, probably due to their age and handling. Fortiafro is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by a second. Cizo Lahat is making a move on Celestia Linari, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Amy is gaining on Maya, now just a few seconds behind. Fortiafro is inching closer to Amy, and might make a move soon. Cizo Lahat is closing the distance on Celestia Linari. Looks like a battle is brewing. Maya is closing in on the leader with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got some serious pace that he needs to overtake soon to make it count. Fortiafro just gained 1 spot to take 2nd place. Hippie Langstrom is closing in on Elias at 988, chipping away at the gap by 2:30 seconds. Cizo Lahat is catching Celestia Linari, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Fortiafro is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 1:30 seconds. Hippie Langstrom is also making moves on Elias at 988, chipping away 1.2 seconds. Elias X98 is leading the race with a 1963 Ferrari 250 GT Berlinetta. It's a classic beauty but seems to be struggling with pace, sitting in first but with a much slower fastest lap than the others. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap on the leader. Penske Motorsport is chipping away at Stowe Scancook's lead. narrowing it down by 3.6 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is driving a vintage Jaguar E-Type Series 1, known for its sleek design and smooth handling. He's currently in 8th place, which is a bit of a surprise given his starting position. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Hingle Nick Kringleberry is driving a 1938 Talbot Lago T23 Teardrop, a classic vintage beauty. Their race looks rough with the slowest lap time by far, almost a minute. Looks like they're struggling to keep up. The vintage street cars are holding strong, but the slower lap times of the older models like the Jaguar and Lincoln are letting the newer Chevelles and Ferraris stay ahead. The track's tight corners seem to favor the more agile cars, but the slower vintage models are struggling to keep pace. Forte Afro is comfortably leading and setting the pace with the fastest lap. Gatani looks like he's got this race under control unless something dramatic happens. Amy is driving a vintage Chevrolet Chevelle S just like the leader. She's moved up a few spots from her starting position and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like she's pushing hard but still has some ground to make up on the leader. Stokeskin Cook is driving a 1965 Jaguar E-Type Series 1. They're currently in 8th place, trailing behind the leaders by quite a margin. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Celestia Linari is gaining on Penske Motorsport, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Zizou Lahat Noir is creeping closer to Celestia Linari, chipping away at the gap by 1.1 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is driving a vintage Jaguar E-Type Series 1, known for its sleek design and smooth handling. He's currently in 8th place, which is a bit of a surprise given his starting position in 3rd. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the leaders. Maya is currently in 2nd place just behind the leader. Her vintage Chevrolet Chevelle is holding strong with a fastest lap of 0:49.399. Looks like she's making a solid push for the top spot. Forte Afro is comfortably leading and setting the pace with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he hits a wall. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1938 Talbot Lago T23 Teardrop, a classic with a lot of history but not much speed today. They're currently in the last place, and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. Penske Motorsport is currently in 10th place with a vintage Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ. Their fastest lap is just under 53 seconds, so they're holding steady but not exactly tearing up the track. Lien Yashin is gaining on Pippi Langstrom with a 1.2 second improvement. Celestia Linari is closing in on Penske Motorsport faster, cutting the gap by 2:30 seconds. Forte Afro is comfortably leading and setting the pace with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something dramatic happens. Fortiafro is comfortably leading, but Wayne 94 is closing in slowly. The gap isn't huge, so it's still anyone's race. Ingo McCringleberry is driving a 1938 Talbot Lago T23 Teardrop, which is quite the vintage classic. Their race looks rough, currently in 13th place, and way behind the leaders. Stove Scancook is driving a 1965 Jaguar A-Type Series 1. They are currently in 8th place, trailing behind the leaders by quite a margin. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Celestia Linari is gaining on Penske Motorsport, closing the gap by 3.4 seconds. Cizoleur Hat Noir is catching up to Celestia Linari, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Maya is currently in 2nd place just behind Fortiafro. Her vintage Chevrolet Chevelle SS is holding strong, and she's close enough to challenge for the lead soon. Looks like a tight battle in the top 3. Amy is gaining ground on Maya and closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Pippi Langström has just overtaken someone to sit in 4th place. Maya is gaining on Fortiafro, closing the gap to just a few car lengths now. Lian Yeshin and Elias X98 are nose to tail for 5th place. Looks like a battle is brewing. Pippi Langström is gaining ground on Amy and closing the gap by a full second. Lian Yashin just moved up 1 spot to 5th place. The fight for 4th place between Lian Yashin and Pippi Langström is heating up, both battling fiercely. Vintage street cars are holding the top spots with the Chevelle leading. The track's tight corners probably favor the more agile and classic cars, giving the older models an edge over the bigger, heavier ones. Stove Scancook is driving a 1965 Jaguar E-Type Series 1. They're currently in 8th place, just behind Wayne 94. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite catching the leaders yet. Penske Motorsport is currently in 10th place with a vintage Alfa Romeo Giulia T. Their fastest lap is just under 53 seconds, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Elias X98 is leading the race in a vintage 1963 Ferrari 250 GT Berlinetta. Their fastest lap is significantly slower than the others, so it looks like they're just cruising at the front for now. Maya is right behind Fortiafro now. The gap is shrinking fast. Stove Scancook is gaining on Wayne 94, closing in by a good 3 seconds. Penske Motorsport is catching Stove Scancook, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Things are heating up at the front. Penske Motorsport is currently in 9th place with a 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia Tizze.
Their fastest lap is just under 53 seconds, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a solid, cautious run so far. Wayne Trainini 4 is in third place, with a vintage Jaguar E-Type Series 1. His fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so he's not exactly setting the world on fire, but still in the mix. Maya is gaining on fourth Afro, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Lin Yashin is catching up to Pippi Langstrumpf fast enough to make it interesting. Zizou Lahat is racing a 1954 Jaguar XK 120, which is known for its classic design and smooth handling. They're currently in 12th place, but their fastest lap is over a 54-second mark, so they might be struggling to keep up with the leaders. Maya is currently in second place, just behind Afro. Her car is a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, starting from 9th. She's closing the gap, but still has some work to do to catch the leader. Stovskin Cook is racing a 1965 Jaguar A-Type Series 1. They're currently in 8th place, but are a bit behind the leaders. Looks like they're holding their own, but the pace is a little slower than the front runners. Elias X98 is gaining on Lian Yashin, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Stovskan Cook is inching closer to Wayne Trainini 4, narrowing it by just over 1 second. Amy is currently in third place, driving a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS. Her fastest lap is 0:49.586, which is a bit slower than the leader, but still holding a solid position. The vintage street cars are holding steady, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the Chevelle's power. The older cars are hanging in there, but the faster lap times are mostly from the Chevelle drivers. Amy is gaining on Maya, fast, closing the gap by 4 seconds. Zizou Lahat Noir is inching closer to Celestia Linari, cutting the distance by 1.5 seconds. Maya is currently in second place, just behind the leader. Her car is a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, starting from the 9th position. She's been steadily climbing up and has the second fastest lap time, so her race looks promising. Celestia Linari is driving a 1962 Lincoln Continental, known for its luxury and smooth ride. They're currently in 11th place, but their lap time suggests they're not exactly setting the track on fire. Looks like a steady cruise rather than a race to the finish. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy is gaining on her, closing the gap to just over a second. Stovskan Cook is inching closer to Wayne Trainini 4, trying to make a move. Stovskan Cook is racing a 1965 Jaguar A-Type Series 180. They're currently in 8th place, trailing behind the leader by quite a bit. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners.
Maya is holding her ground, but Amy is creeping closer. Now just a few car lengths behind. New for Life is gaining on Jutsuneru, the gap shrinking fast. The vintage street cars are holding tight with close lap times, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the older, more nimble models. The Chevelle is leading, but not by much, so the track's challenging turns are keeping the race unpredictable. Stovskankook is creeping up on Wayne Trinity 4, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Zizola Hatnoa is chipping away at Celestialinari, narrowing the distance by a little over a second and a half. Maya still holding her ground, but Amy is creeping closer, less than 2 seconds behind now. Lean is chipping away at Pippi Langström's lead, and Stovskankook is narrowing the gap on Wayne Trinity 4, so expect some action soon. Lian Yashin is gaining on Pippi Langström with a 3.5-second reduction. Stovskankook is closing in on Wayne Trinity 4, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Penske Motorsport is currently in 9th place with a vintage Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ. Their fastest lap is nearly 53 seconds, so they're holding steady, but not making much noise. Lian Yashin is gaining on Pippi Langström, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Stovskankook is right behind Wayne Trinity 4, looking to make a move soon. Celestialinari is driving a 1962 Lincoln Continental, known for its luxury and smooth ride. They're currently in 11th place, quite a distance behind the leader. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Pippi Langström is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Stovskankook is chipping away at Wayne Trinity 4, getting closer by almost 2 seconds. Lian Yashin is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, starting from the 13th position. She's currently in 6th place, so she's gained some ground. Looks like she's making a steady push through the pack. Hinglum McCringleberry is driving a 1938 Talbot Lago T23 Teardrop, a classic beauty with a unique teardrop shape. Oh god, their race isn't going well, currently in 13th place and way behind the leaders. Pippi Langström is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 3.7 seconds. Stovskankook is inching closer to Wayne Trinity 4, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Forty Afro is holding a solid lead, but Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in slowly. If Wayne can stay consistent, he might have a shot in the final laps. The vintage street cars are holding tight, but the track's tight corners are probably favoring the more nimble models like the Chevelle. The slower cars are struggling to keep up on the straights. Elias 78 is leading the race in a 1963 Ferrari 250G Berlinetta Dodonetta. Their fastest lap is nearly 2 seconds slower than the Chevelle, so they might be holding back a bit. Looks like they're trying to keep the lead but not pushing too hard. Amy is racing a vintage Chevrolet Chevelle, just like the leader. She's currently in third place and has a fastest lap of 49.586 seconds, so she's pushing hard but still a bit behind the front. Forte Afro is leading the race in a vintage 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS. They've been quick off the line and hold a solid lead, with the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're in control. Amy is in third place driving a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS. Her fastest lap is 0:49.586, so she's holding a decent pace but still a bit behind the leader. Maya is in second place just behind the leader. Her car is a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle S, starting 9th. She's got the second fastest lap time, so she's pushing hard. Looks like she's closing in on the leader. The tight corners seem to favor the vintage street cars with better handling, but the longer straights are giving the faster cars a chance to catch up. Maya is currently in second place with her vintage Chevrolet Chevelle SS. She's close behind the leader and has a slightly faster fastest lap than the first place. Looks like she's pushing hard to catch up. Pippi Langstrom is driving a vintage 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS. Looks like she's holding on to fourth place pretty well, but she's got some fast cars behind her trying to catch up. The tight corners are favoring the vintage street cars with better handling, keeping the top spots competitive. Wayne Tren 94 is in third place with a 1965 Jaguar E-Type Series 1. Looks like they're struggling a bit with the slowest lap of over 52 seconds, so the race might be a tough climb for them. Forte Afro is holding a solid lead, but Wayne Tren 94 is closing in. If Wayne Tren 94 keeps up the pace, we might see a late move. Elias X988 is leading the race in a 1963 Ferrari 250G Pirlaneta Dodenta. Looks like they're holding a comfortable lead with the fastest lap of the race so far. Hey there, Tonic Tomago. Welcome back to the chaos of our AI racetrack. Glad to see you've returned to witness these incredible machines battle it out. Get ready for some high-speed action and maybe a few surprising crashes. Sit back and enjoy the ride. Amy is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, starting from the 12th position. She's currently in third place and has a fastest lap time of 49.586 seconds. Looks like she's making a solid push through the field. Forte Afro is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he hits trouble. Stoviskancook is racing a 1965 Jaguar A-Type Series 1 Dunned. They're currently in 8th place, trailing the leader by quite a bit. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. The vintage street cars are holding tight, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the Chevelles and Jaguars. The older cars are holding their own, but the slower lap times show the track's demanding nature. Maya's still holding her ground, but Amy is creeping closer, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Leanne is also on the hunt, narrowing the distance to Pippi by 1.4 seconds. New for Life is driving a 1967 Volkswagen Beetle. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. New for Life is driving a 1967 Volkswagen Beetle. Looks like they're struggling a bit in the back, currently in the last place and a second behind the next car. Forte Afro is leading in a classic 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SSD. They've been consistent, setting the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're in control of this vintage street car showdown. Amy is currently in 3rd place, driving a vintage Chevrolet Chevelle SS. Her fastest lap is 49.586, which shows she's keeping a decent pace but still behind the leader. Looks like she's trying to catch up. Maya is holding her ground, but Amy is closing in fast. Leanne Yeshin is climbing up to 4th place, making her way through the pack. Amy is driving a vintage Chevrolet Chevelle SS just behind the leader. Looks like she's making a move but still has some ground to cover to catch Forte Afro. The tight corners seem to favor the vintage street cars with better handling, keeping the top spots close. The slower cars are struggling to keep up on the straights. Amy is currently in 3rd place, driving a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS. She's been steadily climbing up the ranks and has a fastest lap slightly slower than the leader. Looks like she's pushing hard but still has some ground to make up. Forte Afro is comfortably leading and just set the fastest lap, so he's probably enjoying a nice gap and a smooth cruise to the finish. Penske Motorsport is currently in 6th place with a vintage Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ. Their fastest lap is just under 53 seconds, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like they're staying competitive but not quite challenging for the lead. Maya is currently in 2nd place, driving a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS. She's close behind the leader and has a slightly faster lap time than the first place driver. Looks like a tight battle is brewing. Stovskan Cook is racing a 1965 Jaguar E-Type Series 1. They're currently in 8th place, slightly behind Waintra 94. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite catching the leaders. Amy is currently in 3rd place driving a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS. She's been steadily closing the gap, but still trails behind the leaders. Her fastest lap is just slightly slower than the top two. The tight corners seem to favor the vintage Chevelle, keeping it at the front while others struggle to keep pace. Celestia Linari is driving a 1962 Lincoln Continental, which is known for its luxury and smooth ride. They're currently in 11th place, quite a ways behind the leader, and their fastest lap is significantly slower than the front runners. Looks like a long race for them. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 4th place. Eliassi 98 has moved up to 5th. Ciseaux Lahat Noir is closing in on Celestia Linari, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Forti Afro is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Amy is currently in 3rd place, driving a vintage Chevrolet Chevelle SS. Their fastest lap is just behind mine, so they're pushing hard but still a bit behind the leader. Looks like a close race for the podium. Forti Afro is holding a solid lead, but Waintra 94 is closing in from behind. It's a tight race, and Waintra 94's slower lap times might give Forti Afro a chance to breathe, but don't count out the Jaguar just yet. Maya just overtook someone and is now in the lead. Amy is closing in behind her, trying to keep the pressure on. Stovskan Cook is racing a 1965 Jaguar E-Type Series 1 Up-Type. They're currently in 8th place, battling a bit behind the leaders. Looks like their fastest lap is over 52 seconds, so they're holding steady but not quite catching up. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1938 Talbot Lago T23 Teardrop, which is quite the vintage classic. Their race looks rough with the slowest lap time by far, and they're currently in 13th place, struggling to keep up. Forti Afro is holding a solid 3rd, and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely in the mix, but needs to close the gap to the leaders. Forti Afro is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 1/3 seconds. Ciseaux Lahat Noir is catching up to Celestia Linari, shrinking the distance by 2.5 seconds. Lian Yashin is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, currently in 7th place. She's just behind the leaders but has a decent shot if she keeps pushing.
Celestia Linari is driving a 1962 Lincoln Continental Dada. They're currently in 11th place, and their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Forti Afro is leading the race with a vintage 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS. They started second and have maintained a solid pace, currently holding a comfortable lead. Their fastest lap is 0:49.248, showing they're pushing hard. Iliasix 988 is leading the race in a 1963 Ferrari 250 G Berlinetta. They started in the first position and have maintained a decent pace with a fastest lap of 50.955 seconds. Looks like they're holding onto the lead pretty well. Maya is gaining on Forti Afro and closing the gap quickly. Lian Yashin is chipping away at Elias S98, but still has some work to do. Lian Yasishin is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, currently in 7th place. Her fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so she's holding her own. Looks like she's trying to catch up but still has some ground to make up. Forti Afro is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he hits trouble. Pippi Langstrom is racing a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, same as the leader. They're currently in 4th place, just behind the top 3. Looks like they're holding their own, but still chasing the front runners. Ilias 98 is leading in a 1963 Ferrari 250G Berlinetta Data. Looks like they're holding on to the top spot, but their fastest lap is significantly slower than the vintage Chevelles. Race seems tight behind them. Amy is catching up to Maya, now just over a second behind. Pippi Langstrom is gaining on Amy and closing the distance. Lin Yaishin is chipping away at Elias S98's lead, closing in fast. Iliasix 988 is leading in a 1963 Ferrari 250G Berlinetta. They've got a comfortable gap, but their fastest lap is significantly slower than the others. Looks like they're cruising or maybe saving tires. New For Life is driving a 1967 Volkswagen Beetle. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. Amy is currently in 3rd place driving a vintage Chevrolet Chevelle S, just behind me. She's got a decent pace but still a ways to catch up to the leader. The vintage street cars are holding tight with similar lap times, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the more agile models like the Chevelle and Jaguar. The slower cars are struggling to keep up on the straights. New For Life is driving a 1967 Volkswagen Beetle. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack.
Boy Afro is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race in the bag unless something dramatic happens. Congratulations to Fourthy Afro on winning the race. Looks like they really sprinted their way to the top. Well deserved. Congratulations to Fourthy Afro on winning that exciting race. Well done, you really showed those AI contenders who's boss. And a big shout out to Amy for the most overtakes. That's some impressive driving. Amy can now claim a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle S, a classic that's sure to turn heads. Enjoy your vintage ride. Hey everyone! It looks like we need to hit pause for a quick maintenance break. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back in just a few minutes to continue our epic AI car race. Grab a snack, stretch those legs, and I'll see you real soon.